snoo.
Also, yes. Also, apparently, you only have 1,000-word limit when sending a message on Discord unless you have Nitro.
2,000 character. 2,000
Oh,
character
man.
limit.
Jeez.
2,000 character limit.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I was unhappy with it when I was trying to post my story, and then it was like, oh, if you get Nitro, and I was still like 64 characters over if I got Nitro, so I was sad.
It didn't matter.
We're just gonna call it the evening seances. I'm just gonna send the videos to the notes. Fuck it.
Hello.
Lindsay, happy birthday.
Yeah.
Since I missed it, so happy late birthday.
Oh, thank you.
21.
Oh, yeah. Plus 10.
Ah, yeah.
21 plus 10.
10 years of experience is what you mean.
Exactly. It's the added.
I have been 21
Little
for
extra.
10 years. Being an adult over the age of 21 in America just means you have a drinking permit.
Yes.
Like I ever needed a permit.
But I like
You don't need a permit to do things. It just makes it legal.
That's what takes the fun out of it, though.
I know. That's why I don't drink as much.
I honestly like me at 35 a lot more than I did me at 21. I think Crossman could probably vouch for that.
You and me both, brother.
Wait till you reach 60. It's the best.
Yeah.
I am planning on it.
Mama
doing
reached
everything I
that.
can.
It's like a fine wine, I assume. It just gets better with time.
Yep.
Yes. Just yes.
Mama's feeling good at 60, so that's a good sign.
I like it.
What alcohol goes good into coffee?
Bailey.
I was gonna say Kahlua, Bailey's, whiskey.
Anything you want. Tequila?
Anything?
I do tequila.
Tequila?
Tequila?
I put too much tequila in my hot chocolate. I drink black coffee, so tequila goes really well with my strong black coffee.
I'm gonna try that because that's what's
Yeah.
hot right now. Because it's winter and it's that time of year where I just make the whole pot of coffee, and that's my friend.
All right, so I drink black coffee, and you go the exact opposite direction of me. I like the heavier spices of like rum and whiskey. But I also like having spiced coffee, so I like turmeric and I like cinnamon and stuff in it. But tequila sounds like too much.
That sounds dangerous.
I love tequila, but it's like
it'll get the job done.
Gold is what I have right now, but either is good.
Okay, you see, I have a liquor cabinet, so I have to ask these questions. Unfortunately, I'll be back.
I'll just text you a picture of what I have.
Heck yeah.
And then I will.
My alcohol lives in my closet, so it's right here.
I was able to take over a cabinet, so I'll be right back. I'll send pictures of my cabinet.
Please send pictures. I will do another food review on this. I will try it with my morning coffee. Somebody will have to drive me wherever I need to go for the rest of the day, though.
And that's okay.
I think Bailey's with cinnamon sugar is good.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Let's say we had those 2 bottles of Bailey's in the fridge, and they were both gone in a matter of like way too short a time. And then I would like to say, because I was having Bailey's in my coffee every morning before I started work.
I was like, really?
A little sooner.
I got an 8 a.m. meeting? I better do half and half.
Time to wake up.
Half Bailey's, half more Bailey's.
Look at your cute closet.
Who are you talking to?
What?
Oh, sorry. I was looking at
Hornitos.
Allie's picture.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, Allie has the best part.
Yeah.
Alright, so Allie, am I heavy-handed with this, or like just a spritz? What am I doing with this?
I don't know.
Heavy.
Do a shot, taste it. If it doesn't taste right, do another shot.
I would recommend using your measurements. Don't just free pour it like I did.
Add a
free
shot until
pour
it tastes
a
right.
lot
Welcome
because
to D&D, baby.
I'm a line cook. I haven't measured shit properly since 1999.
So you're doing memory measuring. It's still measuring.
I
Oh,
wasn't the
Y2K.
bartender.
So. And.
God damn it! I forgot to grab coffee for the cup of coffee. I remember to grab the 4 bottles of liquor.
You got the liquor.
I remembered the liquor. I did not, however, remember to okay. So I believe the closest one I would have would be probably my Camarina Silver. That's closer to Doritos in flavor profile.
Ooh.
But I have some Kraken for later. I also got some brandy over there.
I completely misheard that, dude.
I know.
Is Kraken good? I've been wanting to try it.
It is decent. The first time I ended up killing a bottle was because my stepdad was retarded and decided to not listen to a veteran pot smoker when I told him, do not mix liquor, your meds, and edibles together. You will not have a good time.
No.
And he completely zoned out, didn't remember anybody but like 2 people around him. And it was at that point he decided to start actually listening. But I was so irritated I killed the whole bottle without realizing I killed the whole bottle. It tasted great.
It's definitely a
It
good
was
bang
nice.
for the buck, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's
definite for the price.
yeah, it's a good profile for that.
It's a
Wales, to
very
clarify,
pretty
when you said,
bottle.
like, Wales, to clarify, when you said I've got some Kraken for later, I heard, like, I've got some crack for later. I'll try that later. And I'm, I'm like,
You
Wales,
got-
do we need to have
really
a conversation here, dude?
I do not live in that white trash
Been waiting,
area.
been waiting
There
all
might
week.
be meth
for this.
labs
try some
up
crack
the
later.
hill. But that does not come from a plant. I'm good.
Jamestown?
Mushrooms? Fine. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I wish
I
you
used to-
were, but
I used to have a specific silly straw designed for drinking whiskey from handles, so
that's great.
I was a professional.
Sheesh.
We had a drawer in our broil station dedicated to the Jack Daniels bottle.
Yep.
Oh man.
This was a corporate gig. Our boss didn't question us having a bottle of alcohol that was opened in the back anymore.
You work in a kitchen. You got to have alcohol, man.
It
For
was
cooking.
either that or crackheads, and I'd rather deal with alcoholics. 'Cause I can tell you go sit down in the fucking freezer and sober up. I can't do that with a crackhead.
Not quite.
Okay, I will be back after acquiring black coffee because I
All
found
right.
that.
We're gonna start at 7:15. We'll give everybody just a couple more minutes. It's like I know
So we got
a
like,
couple people are running a little late. Yeah, I got 3-4 minutes.
I'm mentally running late, but that's not the same.
Oh, yes. I haven't heard back from Monica and Alex. I'm thinking they're coming right back from work right now. So. And if that's the case, I'm gonna top off my wine glass just real quick. Be right back.
Struck my phone.
Just ignore them. Or you give them money and they go buy drugs and overdose.
Did I walk into?
Oh, my roommate
Wait,
asked me,
what?
how do you get a crackhead to leave?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So you measure tequila with your heart, right? That's how you're supposed to measure it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
You have a big heart, so careful there.
I said measure with my heart. I didn't say the measurement of my heart. That's like
We
the
are gonna-
Italian, okay?
We are gonna kill some stuff tonight. Marshall, if someone looks at us wrong, we are getting in a fight.
Just swing.
Ah!
To kill ya!
What I miss?
A lot of
I
tequila.
I don't taste the tequila,
A lot of
so that's a
tequila.
problem. I guess I need to add more tequila.
Clothes are falling off and axes are swinging. We don't know what's happening.
That
My,
was
sounds like my
that-
kind of party.
That was the joke at work today. I'm like, guys, it gets any hotter back here. We're not certified for the show that's about to happen.
Pixar, it didn't happen.
It didn't happen
Yep.
because I'm not going to jail for indecent exposure in front of a minor. Because that's how it would end up going down.
Oh God.
Okay, as soon as you had the in front of a minor thing, yeah, I was like, okay. I was
That's
like,
just how it would go
Okay,
down.
dude.
Because
I was like, decent exposure, you'll be out like in a couple hours, dude. You'll be
No,
fine.
so
But as soon as you had
the
that part,
way
you know.
our window
Minor, though.
sits, there's
Yeah,
the doorway
exactly.
to the out front and no wall at all. You can see the line cooks. So
Oh.
it's like, nope. There's no indecent exposure at all. Nope. We're good.
No cheatsy doodles.
All right. Well, I haven't heard quack from Monica and Alex. I know that they were coming tonight, so we shall see when they show up. But for
Hopefully
the
they're
most
not
part,
leaving a trail.
right. All right, but we can go ahead and get started. Wales, I do believe you opted and volunteered yourself for recap this week. So,
Yes, I did voluntold myself. Yes.
Yeah, baby.
fire it up.
Okay. I also cheated and half wrote myself a script because I've learned I'm stupid sometimes. Okay, so let's see. Last week we returned to Smalls and Abby being greeted by a large orcish woman named Pride Mother Snoo, whom insisted that they joined her in the bar called the Wild Thing. Now, once they
Yes.
entered inside, the aroma and atmosphere was that of spices and that of the working and manual and labored class. The people in this bar were that of the reservation lands. And after you kind of take all this in, Snoo kind of escorts them to the corner where they're slightly huddled around to kind of keep them hush-hush out of the sight. Because they've made a lot of noise, and Pride Mother Snoo is happy with this, but reminds them this isn't the Pride Lands. We shouldn't be a loud nuisance. Not everyone likes it. Shortly after, this heavily armored militia guard walks in, demanding who the fuck and where the fuck these guys are. You gotta know something. And in the most polite way, not so polite, they kindly tell them to go fuck themselves and fuck off. They don't know shit and don't care. After a little bit of disgruntled bullshit, he leaves. And then Pride Mother Snoo laughs. Because now they can talk. And now Pride Mother Snoo wants to know the story about the hammer on Smalls' back. But that's going to be a little bit of talking between them. Finds out that Pride Mother Snoo's pride had already accepted the bounty. But wanting to know more, Smalls always being a very sharp-witted individual, wants to see what her actual intent is behind this, and just finds out it's a pride matter of the pride actually succeeding in what they said. And him being a man of pride as well, came up with a compromise. He happened to have a tooth that could also be identified. Or was it a tusk? It was a tusk, right?
The tusk, yes.
Yeah, shit, what was his name? Dude with hammer.
Iron
Iron
tusk. There you go. Keep it simple.
And they agreed that Smalls may keep his hammer. Pride Mother Snoo will grant him the money for the bounty because he earned it. And then they were also gifted, him and Abby are also gifted a couple of signet rings. I believe it was Dimmer and... brain went stupid.
Gruel.
Gruel? Which is red green. And I believe that's roughly where their encounter ended after Snoo keeps looking at him as if he is a breedable piece of meat and just feels like he'd be a good snack, I assume. Was there anything else that went down in the bar, Abby and, well, Smalls, since Smalls, you're the only one here that was there, that I missed?
No, not that I recall. Like you said, she was definitely trying to turn me into a snack. I played stupid. And yeah, after that, we ended up meeting you guys over at Dangerworks.
Yes, where we all reconvened with the group. Here, some of our allies have acquired new fits and garbs, a few new toys and little things like that. Drew and Monroe have acquired themselves some intriguing-looking armor. Then I believe it was Drum acquired himself a new little bauble. Hasn't really told anyone else besides it's what it does, but he's happy with it. Then we got Morb over here, acquired himself some new toys that he will later on play with and have some fun. There was also a poncho acquired by the Centaur. Xena acquired gems, yes?
A sling
A sling of giant felling?
of giant felling, yes.
Yes, and Danger was still infatuated by Xena, so very hilarious. And then Abby was curious.
I got it cheap for a bargain. Just a kiss.
And then I believe Abby asked Danger if there was a leash or collar that they could acquire, and Danger offered a rope, and Abby scoffed at this. He deserves much better than an insolent rope. And poor Danger was intimidated to quivering in his boots by Smalls' enormous presence, and was haggled down from his 500 to a measly, what was it, 350, barely making ends of it. Poor man. He just stood there and got berated by Smalls. Couldn't do anything about it. Da-da-da. And then Drew wanted to find out the name of the person who the armor was commissioned for, but Danger believes in a privacy agreement with his commissioned works. Apparently, it's unprofessional to reveal that information. We'll find out later. We're nosy. After we have concluded our acquiring of gear and stuff from Danger, I believe Xena was also given a stone of calling to message Danger and call him. But after that, we left back and went to the tavern where we all proceeded to be jovial or our personal needs, or if you were Morb, just ran and decided to be a little squirrel in his own little privacy. But we had Drew and Monroe get very close with each other, and Abby decided to have a conversation with Drum off to the side in private as well. We carried on our evening, and I believe Maddie was curious about, is it Angus is the one who talks, yes? Yes, about maybe later on finding out some stuff about the trading and traveling. But we know that we want to go ahead and at least go back to Trinaborg with him, see what his future proposition is. At least some of us do. And then after a long night of drinking, most of us attempt to go to bed, but Drum himself has a very eventful night and does not get the best of rest. And Morb was engrossed in his tinkering, and, well, he was up all night. And I believe that is roughly where we left off. Was everyone still asleep? Yes? Or half dying from not sleeping all night? I believe.
Huzzah!
Huzzah.
Where we're at.
Sounds about right.
Okay.
Huzzah! Good job.
Appreciate it, Wales.
Good recap.
Love it.
Good.
I only had to watch it like 4 times. And like, in segments, like my brain's like, okay, now I need to refresh this information and just, we did it. We got this.
I forgive you, Wales. Short-term memory is not exactly your strong suit.
Oh, fuck no. Fuck no.
All right. Monica and Alex are having some connection issues. They should be with us here momentarily, but we are going to go ahead and get started. Does anybody have anything else from the last session they wanted to go over or wanted to recap on? All right. We're going to get started.
Parker, real
After-
quick. Sorry, I was
Yeah,
trying
go
to jump in. I was on the wrong screen here.
You're good.
I apologize. Can you remind me? I remember they looked at the hammer He said that he would be able to tell me more, and I wasn't going to pay him until he could tell me more. But I forget exactly what it was that was said, and I apologize for that.
It's all good. He opted to not have you pay because he couldn't tell you exactly what it was. He did tell you that it's something organic. The head of the hammer is organic in the sense that it's almost like congealed blood that is crystallized or petrified like a piece of wood over time. So there's something at the heart of this hammerhead. And he did break off the hammerhead from the pole and just kind of disregarded the pole from it. But he said if you can get to the heart of this thing, there's something else inside of there that maybe you'll be able to find out more about it.
That's what it was. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No worries. Basically, during your long rest, if you want to try and chisel away into this thing, you'll need to use either some tools or have some access to somebody who does have tools. And you can use your long rest time to try and get into this thing.
Okay.
All right. Anybody else for anything else? Cool. All right. After the long rest, everyone has a relatively uneventful night, except for, of course, Drum, who had a rather vivid dream or vision, or not quite sure. Drum, you did take a little bit of damage there from jumping out of the second-story window down to this, what you believe to be a tree below. But you did get the benefits of your long rest. You've just taken the damage because you were awake when this happened. This was not a vision. This was, well, in a sense, it was a vision, but it was something drawing you, something communicating. There was something attempting to reach out. Everybody else, though, long rest, except for Morb, who spent the whole night tinkering on his new weapon. As dawn begins to break, though.
How much damage am I taking real quick?
I think I subtracted it for you. I did it. I think it was like 11 points of damage.
Okay.
It was like 2d8 or something like that. I forget exactly, but it should be already subtracted from you.
Good stuff. Thank you.
Because you were not raging, so it was full damage. All right. After that, is there anything that... It's a couple hours... It's still an hour or so from, the sun cracking over and the day beginning. Is there anything that anybody else is doing the wee hours of the night or the beginning hours of the morning?
Yeah, I wanted to look at the ring that Monroe has while he was asleep.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a sleight of hand check. And because he is asleep and you are next to him, go ahead and make me a sleight of hand check at advantage.
$16.
16. You're able to kind of lift it away, brandishing a small chain around Monroe's neck. Nothing special. You're able to kind of snap the clasp a little bit, just not without breaking it. Pull it away, and you're taking a look. The events that transpired over at Danger's All Works, with Danger being flown across the room and the damage that he took and the events that took place, it's definitely caught your attention. And as you examine it, it's a small brass-looking ring with a strange-looking purple stone in the center. And as you observe closer and kind of taking a look at it, there's nothing really odd about it other than this purple stone. But all of a sudden, it opens like an eye. And there's this bright orange eyeball just looking right at you. Eye for eye. Not blinking. What do you do?
Ooh, I don't know. I want to say I poke it, but I don't think Drew... He might, actually. He might poke the eye.
You want to poke the eye?
Well... very gently. Maybe just like around it to see if it'll react.
It blinks as you kind of rub
Okay.
around what you could be construed as the, top of the eye, so to speak. It blinks, but it's still just looking at you. There's no emotion or anything to convey. It's just a blinking eye in the center of a ring.
Hmm. Well, it's not as much information as I wanted, but I don't know what else to ask.
You haven't asked anything yet.
I know.
Ask it a question. Blink for 1 for yes, 2 for no. Just kidding.
Well, I want to make an Arcana check.
Sure.
Not very good at that one.
You're not wrong, Mom.
Oh, no, that's going to be a 1.
Oh,
It's a ring with an eyeball in the middle of it.
Wonderful.
Dang
I think I'm going to hold it like up close to my face and just be like, "What are you?" Not really expecting anything, just trying to figure out what's going on.
How close do you hold it to your face?
Fairly.
The closer you hold it to your face, the brighter the orange of this eye seems to get. It almost seems to spiral ever so slightly. But not spiraling like a flame or water. No, it's something that's intricate. Not organic. It seems like the closer you look, it's almost like a cog. Tick, 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 tick.
How big is the ring? Like, is it like a normal sized ring?
It's a normal size ring. The gem, so to speak, would be about the size of a silver dollar. It's a good size, but nothing crazy.
Okay.
A little gaudy. Anything else?
Yeah, I think he would put it on. A finger.
As soon as you slip it on, the ring closes, the eye. Nothing happens. Strange. You're waiting. Anything?
Mm-mm. I don't know. I don't know what else to do.
God! You know what? If you got a fucking question, just say it!
Jesus Christ.
And you hear this in your head. And you still hear that tick, tick, tick.
So are you a soul stuck inside the ring?
I got a
How did you
better
get- how
idea.
lo-
Come here! And as you, all of a sudden, your vision goes blurry, and it feels like you're being drawn to this black tunnel, and you see nothing. And you wake and you see nothing. You're on your knees, try to stand up, and it's just dark, dim lit room. But as you stand up, you notice that you're standing on something. It's this large, brass-colored platform, and it's
Okay.
turning. Tick, 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 tick. And off to the end, you see a small ferret. Just looking at you.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go over to the ferret. I guess I'll just like approach it slowly and like sit down next to it, because it's a small animal.
Mm-hmm. Keep in mind, during this whole thing, you hear this constant tick, tick, like the gears of a clock almost, or a pendulum. But it doesn't sound like it's coming from a direction. It's all around you. It's above you. It's below you, left, right, in front, behind, everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It is constant. It is petulant. It is ringing in your ears. This ferret, it's just chilling. It's kind of whitish in color, a few brown spots. But it's just kind of sitting there looking at you. What do you do?
We're just gonna talk to it. Hey, this clock is real loud, and I'm assuming I'm now stuck in a magic ring that angry man was in. That felt like maybe a mistake, but what am I gonna do about it now, right?
All of a sudden,
I've
a
been
voice.
weirder places.
All of a sudden, a voice rings out from the darkness. You're talking to a ferret, dumbass.
You don't talk to animals?
I don't talk to ferrets.
That seems a little speciesist to me.
Says the guy fucking a satyr.
Listen, we ain't done that yet.
I don't give a shit. Goat Boy was supposed to take me somewhere. Now I'm on your finger.
Where do you need to go?
Already told the Goat Boy. Why do I need to tell you? You gonna get me there?
I might do it quicker than him. Where do you need to go?
Just get me back to the capital. Once we're there, I'll tell you where to go.
Wait, sorry, Marshall. Which one's the capital?
That's Trinaborg.
Okay, and we're headed that way?
Seems to
Right?
be. Seem to be.
Okay, cool. Any particular area in the capital?
Why am I talking to you?
Because I decided to talk to you.
Hmm.
Because you showed up and Monroe got fucking weird. And I'm looking for someone to blame.
You think he wasn't weird before he met you?
Well, a different weird.
Hmm. Would you rather take me? Is that what you're saying? Do you not want your plaything dealing with me?
He cares too much about people, about their safety. I don't give a fuck unless he's safe and these other people that I care about are. I don't care if you got some sort of dark scheme. He might, and that's going to get him in trouble.
You just met me. What do you know about dark schemes?
I might know a lot. I might know nothing. I don't really know.
I know.
But I'm keen to find out.
I can smell it on you. How's that hand doing?
You know? Until it gives me an issue, it's fine.
Give me where I need to go and maybe I'll tell you something about it.
Fine.
Is that what you want? Drew.
If you're trying to be spooky, that you like know my name and you know secrets about me, I'm assuming there's a hell of a lot of people on this earth that know way more about me than I do. You're gonna have to try better than that.
I know that's not your name.
I do not. Well, fine. Maybe I do give a fuck. What is my name?
Tit for tat, Drew. Tit for tat.
What do you want? I already said I would take you to the capital.
You're pretty thick, you know that. You told you what I want. Tick tock. Tick tock.
The clock?
Just get me to the capital. And maybe we'll talk again.
Fine. I have one more question. What happens to Monroe if I take the ring off of his person?
You already did. Toodles.
Oh,
And all of a
fuck,
sudden
I guess I did.
you are ripped right out of the space. And you are back in the bed. And the ring is thoroughly on your finger.
Cool. I don't
Morning.
like that guy.
Monroe, you can go ahead and wake up at this time if you want.
Drew, how'd you sleep?
I slept fine. How did you sleep, darling?
Oh, you know, I'm feeling pretty good. little real good. Wow, I haven't slept that good in so long. Whew. Just feeling electrified. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Don't make me regret any of this. You sound different? Is that what you sounded like before?
Maybe. Why? Why do you ask? I don't
Well,
think I have. I feel refreshed, so.
well, good. That's what sleep's supposed to do.
Neat. What did you? Did something happen? Something else?
Nope. Mm-mm. Nope.
Oh.
Everything's fine.
Because that cuddle session just got me real heated and in a good
Mhm.
way. So
Good.
yeah, hoping I didn't miss anything else. I mean,
Mm-mm.
please,
Nope,
I don't know how
normal.
that's supposed to work.
Normal just woke up just before you.
Oh, it's really quiet this morning.
Yeah, we're the first ones up.
Well,
this time-
should we wake everyone else up, or do we need to cuddle some more? I'm down for more cuddles.
At this time, I'm going to walk in the room from downstairs, hold my hand up, but I'm not going to actually look at anyone. I'm going to kind of head to my cot.
Did
Okay.
So
was
we're
Drum
all
outside?
Are we all in the same room?
It's a giant dormitory room. It's wide open.
Did Drum just walk in from outside?
Yeah.
Why was he outside?
Don't know.
Am I missing something else? I'm now
Mm-mm.
worried.
Nope. I know
Am I
just as
missing
much as
anything
you.
right now? Okay. Neat.
Around this time that everybody kind of starts stirring and moving around, Angus and Ingus are stirring from their cots on the other side of the room, starting to get up, stretch, start gathering their things almost instantaneously. But the room is quietly waking up at this point.
Well, I'm gonna go check out my legs. I feel a little bouncy. I'm gonna probably go check with Babar and see if we can get some good old coffee going. Do you need anything?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Nope.
Cool. Then I'll just go to Babar for some coffee.
All right. As the day starts to begin, everybody begins waking up, and this room is very active. With everybody gathering their things, getting ready for the day. As Angus told you the night before, you all are going to be headed down to the docks. You will be taking a steamboat ride back to the capital. You are heading for a ship, a steamboat known as the Splinters on Me Fingers. But the morning is everybody's wide awake. Go for it. It is breakfast time, coffee time, whatever y'all need. You want to have conversations before we get going? Have at it.
So I'm gonna yell to Monroe, "Hey, would you bring me a coffee as well? Are you gonna bring it up or stay down at the bar?"
Y'all coffee?
I would love a coffee.
Cool. Gotta go get some coffee. Gotta get coffee.
But Xena reaches down because Lucky's with her now, right? He's got the companion band on.
Yes, it has. You haven't put it on. You haven't put it on him yet, technically. But if you wanted to have that, I believe you were waiting because you wanted to have a conversation using your magic, correct?
Yes, I wanted to talk with him about the band.
Sure. Go ahead and cast one of your first level spells, and you can use Talk with Animals. You can use that for the next hour with it.
So I go to cast. Guide me.
Yeah, you go to your spells, and you'll just expend one of your spells. Just click one of the spell slots. I'll take care of it for you. I'll take care of it for you for now, Mom. I'll show you how to do it later. But if you want to have that conversation, go for it.
Okay, so Lucky is on the floor next to me, and so I lean down and I pet his ears and say good morning to him, and then I concentrate as he looks at me, and I just show him the circle, and he kind of turns his head, and I ask him if I can put this over his head, and I kind of show him what I'm gonna do, and so he kind of bows down, and I put the ring over his head and around his ears and scratch his ears.
Before you do
And-
that, he asks you,
Yes, I was waiting. What's he asking me?
"What's that?"
Before I put it on?
Mhm.
So I pick it up and I put it around kind of as close as I can to around my neck, and I show him the bracelet on my arm, and I just say, safety.
Okay. Can I have some food?
Yes. Yes. Let me put this on your neck and we will get you food. And I pet him and I keep saying the word safety. It's safety. Because he's a puppy. He doesn't understand a lot.
Okay.
And so we go down together. I carry him. Oh, first what I wanted to do was show him the hemp rope I had and ask him to sniff it.
He immediately begins chewing on it.
Of course he does. And so I kind of tie it in a lasso or a lariat, whatever. And I put it around my neck and tighten it a little. And I take it off my head and I say safety. And I put it around his neck. How does he react?
Oh, nothing dramatic. Just like kind of looks at it. He's kind of like uncomfortable with it. It's nothing new, so he's kind of scratching at it a little bit. But after a couple minutes, he kind of settles in. And is like, okay, I guess this is my world now.
Okay, so then
Can I have food?
yes, food.
You said there was
We're gonna-
food.
Yes, food. We're going down. We're going to follow Monroe, who's getting coffee, and see if Babar has food, yummy food for your belly. And I scratch his belly and scratch his ears, and I say, come on. So he's getting used to the rope as we walk out of the room.
Yeah, it slips on, no problem. It's actually a little large when you go to actually place it on him. He's still very much so a small puppy. So he's got some room to grow into this thing. A good 20, 30, 40, maybe even 50 pounds that he can actually, got room to grow into this. But you don't know how long it'll take him to outgrow this thing. But for right now, as soon as you slip it over his neck, it instantly coils and tightens. But it's not tightened enough to choke him. It's just a perfect snug fit. Something that if you were to grab it, he were to pull it to not slip over his ears. But it definitely coils and tightens around. Same with the bracelet around your wrist. It's just right there. It's not going to slip off. It's perfectly snug around your wrist.
Okay. So then we take off and go find you food, Lucky. Food. We'll get you food. How's that?
He's as much as he can possibly be. He's just kind of doing his normal puppy thing. He's kind of jittery in your arms as you go to pick him up and take him downstairs. Tail's wagging a little bit as you kind of tuck him underneath and hold him close. You get the impression that he's definitely becoming a little bit more comfortable with all of you. He's been through several stressful moments, with the events that have taken place in the last couple of days. But he's to the point where he recognizes that when you hold him close and the warmth, it's definitely more than what he has been accustomed to in his very, very short life. And the fact that this is warm and the idea that you emphasize safety, he seems to be a little bit more at ease. Very much so a puppy, kind of biting at your hair, playing with certain baubles and stuff like that that are around your neck and whatnot. But he seems to be far more of a puppy than he has been the last couple of days.
So I lean into him by his ear and I go and snuggle with him, and then we go downstairs.
Perfect. All right. Anybody else? All right. With those events, more and more you make your way downstairs. You start making an order. Babar starts kind of taking away a few things. It's like, oh, he starts brewing a cup of coffee. It's actually like pitchers, so to speak. Kind of like big tins of it. He hands you a couple of those to take upstairs. Xena, as you make your
How
way
much
downstairs,
is it, Babar?
I will. We'll deal with that here momentarily. Let me tend to the rest of everybody. I'll take care of it with Angus as he makes his way down. Xena, as you make your way to the bar with Lucky, he immediately recognizes you and the puppy and everything like that. Doesn't even miss a blink. He actually kind of snaps his fingers to the cook that's off in the distance. And all of a sudden you see steam and smoke and everything start flaring up as if he's motioning him for him to make something. It's only a couple minutes later. A few things out. It's like some breakfast sausages, some bread. There's some grits and things like that. Oatmeal, various tidbits and things like that. What for the little one? And he actually motions another plate that comes over. It seems to be an assortment of just like kind of soft meats that have been steamed and kind of treated. It's very soft and malleable and very chewable. But he kind of just motions that over. It's very fatty, things that you would normally be edible. Wouldn't be very appetizing to a normal person, but very, very much so to a puppy.
Cool. So I set him down and he eats.
Excellent. Go ahead and subtract a gold from your inventory for all of that. Monroe, you take the coffee up. Angus immediately comes over and puts a cup in front of you. You start beginning to pour that, kind of passing it out to the rest of the group. The morning has begun. Does anybody need to do or say anything while you start gathering your things, or okay, you guys want to go ahead and move towards gathering up and heading towards the docks?
I did actually want to have a conversation with Smalls if possible.
Go for it. Floor is yours.
You're good. You're good to go. You're okay. You don't have to be sick of you. Sorry. My sister-in-law was in the car too.
You're good.
Okay, so as I am like finishing gathering my stuff, I'm gonna walk up to Smalls and be like, I feel we need to have a conversation.
So speak.
I feel I owe you an explanation of the events yesterday.
Okay.
Do you know why they were hunting me?
Not particularly. I assumed it was the dog.
Would have been the better part, but no. So do you remember when we were inside of the bar with Snoo, and she told me that I am not like the others in her family, the other Irene that were there?
Yes.
That is because I'm not. I'm not sure what your standings are on many things. I know you are a military man, but I am still considered a monster under the laws of everything. I am not considered an actual person under the decrees that they have put forth. I am here on. I have fake information or fake papers and all of that, and that is why they were not hunting me for Lucky. They were hunting me for me. And I feel that since you put your life at risk for me, I at least owe you that explanation.
I see. Well, having been on both sides of that military rule and law, I can tell you that it is not always correct. I am curious as to exactly what is going on with you. But if you fear that I will be judgmental or backhanded with you, you have no need to fear that. You proved to me that you were just as much any person when you came back to fight with me when I tried to get you to run.
The child that you have a picture of in your bag, who are they?
They're my children.
They do look a lot like you. I am not used to seeing very much difference in offspring, so it was a little confusing at first. I didn't snoop through your bags or anything. When you were passed out at the very beginning, they wanted to know your information, so I was the one who gave it to them. I know that you have not spoken of any of this to anybody, so I have also not spoken of what I read in there, other than just to the very large woman that put us all in the room together. I'm sorry, I'm not good at conversations like this.
I'm not much of a talker. As I said, I've been on both sides of the law. The reason I found the wrong side was because of those children. It is not something I speak of quite often. But it is the reason that I am part of this group. I am attempting to find my children. And I need this group to make the money I need to find them.
Oh. I need the group to keep me alive. As I'm sure you noticed, I can't exactly walk around like a normal person and not get attacked. So I figured a group of people who are a bit more loud and obnoxious than I am would be a good fit. Albeit a bit risky, but
Well, it seems like a pretty dumb idea to have gone off on your own then, doesn't it? Maybe don't do that again.
I had a conversation with my queen the night before, and I did not have a good report for her. And I felt that I needed to make more progress faster, and then it would be faster to do so on my own. And
What is it you're trying to do?
I'm trying to find a new home.
For all of you?
We're not trying to like take over a kingdom. I feel like I need to say that like right now. We're not trying to take over a kingdom. We need something bigger that isn't so close to the dangers that we have. So I'm looking for something that is a bit more secluded, that wouldn't harm anybody else, that we could move to. Like an abandoned mine shaft or something, you know? And there's a few of us who are out looking to see what we can find. And she asked for my report, and I did not have a good report, and I was distracted and let other things get in my head. And so I felt yesterday like I needed to make it up to her, and that is why I went off on my own. I
Well?
appreciate your foresight in seeing that and coming with me to keep me safe. That felt really weird to say.
You're welcome. And how about if you feel the need to walk off again, you at least let me know so I don't have to try and stay hidden behind you. As you've seen, I can take a punch. You need somebody to help. I don't leave teammates behind.
Right. Yes, of course. I thank you.
You're welcome.
And then
Smalls
I'm
is
just
just
gonna
going
kind
to
of like
turn. Let's say Smalls is just going to turn back to his bag and keep packing things up.
I'm gonna kind of like stand there awkwardly for a second or two, and then just like walk off and let out a very deep breath. And that's it.
All right. Anybody else? Anybody else? Anything they want to go over? Talk about? Any conversations?
I'm gonna have a pep in my step. Morn's gonna try and find out where Drum is and either knock on, I assume Drum's in his room, or Mordrum, where are you?
Real quick, before you do that, make me just a quick perception check.
Okay. I would assumed I didn't know because it beats it from my armor class.
No, its armor class is different,
Okay.
but this is something different. Just maybe a quick perception.
Oh, okay. 19 on that.
19. You kind of feel around. You feel like you're forgetting something.
Yes.
But you're just feeling so jovial, and you got this pep in your step, and it's a bright, sunshiny day. You got to cuddle with your hunky dunky. You're feeling pretty good, and
Such a restful sleep.
you got this
But
feeling like
something's
you're
fucking me.
forgetting something, but you just can't put your finger on it. So
Yep.
go ahead and continue with your conversation with Drum.
Drum! Where you at?
I'm just like in the bay. I'm not going to respond. I'm packing my bag right now.
Hey, yo! I found you. Hey, are you jovial like me? Like, you were outside this morning, like, super early. Like, I got up, and all of a sudden you come in. And, like, want to see if you had a pep in your step this morning, too.
I guess I had something in my step, but I didn't. Why are you talking like that?
Talking like what?
You're being strange. I'm not sure. I understand.
For
How much
one,
coffee
okay,
did you drink?
so people said I had an accent before, and then now people think I'm just being weird. I have neither of those happening. I'm actually really happy for, like, I don't know why. And then I have something else bugging me, and I wonder if it's because I'm very happy that I'm like, you know, I'm so happy I'm forgetting something. Does that ever happen to you, Drum? You just forget something, but you don't know what what you've forgotten.
That's not a common thing for me, but did you have something you wanted to speak with me? Because I have a lot on my mind right now.
But yeah, I just want to see, why were you outside?
I'm not gonna respond to that. I'm just gonna look
Oh,
at him and just shake
just
my head.
just turn away from me. Okay, well, uh, keep up that pep in your step. I'll assume you had it, because why else would you be outside? So I'm gonna go. And boom.
All right. With that failed attempt at communication, we're actually going to shift back over to Angus. Angus moves to the middle of the room. All right, fuckers, gather around. Everybody got their shite? You know what? I don't fucking care. All right. We're heading down to the docks. We're leaving in 5 minutes. Downstairs, get your food, get your coffee, get your shit. Let's fucking go. All right? We're headed to a vessel. I can't believe I'm fucking saying it. This whole fucking trip has been beggars over choosers. We're headed to a vessel called the Splinters on Me Fingers. Fucking sake. All right. Follow me. If you get lost along the way, I don't fucking care. Let's go. And he starts heading out the room with Angus quickly behind him. Is everybody following in tow?
I'm right there with them.
Here we go. Pep
everybody-
Mastiff.
Everybody's already purchased all the supplies that they possibly could from Babar. Angus squaws down, quickly settles the bill. He passes a few coins over. Babar kind of nods, and he's still kind of cleaning a mug behind there and starts kind of nodding to all of you. It was a pleasure serving all of you. Hope to see you all again soon. Be careful out there. If anybody has anything they want to say in parting or do in parting, this is your chance.
So Xena, given that whole plate of food, doesn't eat the meat, so she grabs a cloth and wraps the sausages and meat for a treat later.
Perfect.
For Lucky. And
Lucky has definitely eaten his fill and has quickly passed out in your arms. Big old gorged belly full. He's nice and warm, cuddled up against you, but he is knocked out cold. But you quickly take the scraps and wrap it up. Babar doesn't even wave you as a cost or anything, just kind of waves you on, beckoning you to have a good day.
All right. Bye, Babar. Thank you so much.
I wanted to tell Babar that I was just gonna turn to him and be like, I appreciate your kindness.
Well, I appreciate your patronage. Now be careful out there. And he kind of does this little tap thing on his trunk and points at you.
I will.
Good luck. I'll be. All right. With that, you all quickly vacate the Wagoneers. You move out towards the set of wagons with the beetles and everything like that. Your companions for the long length of trip that got you here in the first place. They are skittering excitedly as they see Angus and Ingus approaching. Ingus quickly walks over, waves his hands ever so slightly. It takes about 10-12 seconds. And all of a sudden, you see this slight shimmer drop from the wagons and the beetles both. And he quickly starts gathering a few supplies. It's a weird, strange kind of slop thing that he's got concealed up, and he kind of starts feeding the beetles and starts hooking them up with their harnesses and their yokes and getting everything ready to go. All right. Here we go. Head down to the docks. Make sure nothing happens to me fucking wagons along the way. And here we go. You all quickly start vacating your way out of this pseudo parking lot of this giant... It's almost like a distribution center with a lot of varying doors and wagons coming in and out. You have the Wagoneers establishment off to the far side. It's hustle and bustle. It is the early morning hours of this day, roughly 6:30 a.m., but it is already alive with industry as you all start making your way out. You quickly make your way out of this area and start heading downhill. It's almost like this strange kind of clanky mix between stone and wooden plank as you kind of make your way down, and you're making your way into what it could be considered like a pseudo docks district. And you start passing a various amount of ships, and off in the distance you can see elevated platforms consisting of the denizens and the places of establishing a business of the lower levels of this area. You're not quite low enough that you are reaching the magma flows of the lower levels of Opus Day, but you are just here at sea level, so to speak, or river level. And the Nox district is ablaze with all of these different ships and these things that are coming in and out. Large conveyor belts and these lines moving across. There are things that are moving, floating even as if hoisted by magic. There are various dock workers and industry workers that are moving to and fro. People taking note of all of these different kinds of things happening. It is a busy, busy place, even at these wee morning hours. It almost seems like this is this is the prime time when all this stuff starts cracking down here. But you make your way down, you're passing through one dock, the next pier, the next dock, and you're quickly making your way through. But as you kind of approach down towards, after about half an hour, 45 minutes of travel, you get down here towards the end. And it's some of these more rickety-looking docks. It almost seems like this is an older area. And as you start looking around, you notice that it's almost the area that you were in a couple of days prior when you went to the Salt Bay. And as you can actually look up, a couple levels above, you can actually see the neighborhood, so to speak, or the area in which the Salt Bay was. And you get the feeling you might be actually kind of close to where it was. But you make your way down to the docks, and you make your way down to a dock, and it's not even labeled. There's no number, there's no name. But you quickly come across a large vessel. It's red in color, and it has several tiers to it with large smokestacks coming out of the top. There are these strange wheel contraptions on either side and also towards the back end of the vessel. I'm going to go ahead and drop these into chat. Oop, come on now, cooperate. And it's this steamboat-looking thing. And you all quickly start making your way over there. Just a second. It's well maintained and it's clean. It appears that the red paint has often faded over time, but it's been well maintained. And the contraptions and all the equipment and all the mechanisms on here seem to be doing everything that they're supposed to. But as you quickly start making your way down the dock, Angus kind of circles his hands up and the wagons pull up on either side. And he kind of stands up and he lets out this large bellow like, Alexander! Wait, I open the fuck up! And it takes a couple of seconds. And as this vessel, you notice painted across the side, there are the words, "Splinters on me fingers." And just as Angus shouts this out, the vessel begins to shake ever so slightly, and then all of a sudden, the third tier, the back tier, closest, the highest one, it begins to rise and elevate as if hoisted by these giant pillars. Then all of a sudden, the second level begins to rise as well, and out pops this loading dock. This vessel is approximately 120, 130 feet long, probably about 40, 50 feet wide. It's a good size ship, so to speak, but it's very much so a steamboat. A little bit more advanced than some of the things you've seen on the various rivers. I mean, a lot of people still use sails and things like that these days, even when and oars when traversing the rivers that are widespread throughout this country. But this vessel is a little bit more mechanized, a little bit more advanced, oddly, so to speak, as it is very much so steam powered and it has these paddles that seem to propel it forward. But as it begins to move and open up, loading dock appears, and Angus begins jumping down and unhitching both and beckoning the beetles to move forward as they begin loading themselves into the lower tiers of this vessel. It seems like the second tier, as it hoists it up, opens up into this large cargo bay that's completely empty, but just enough room to fit both of the wagons and the beetles themselves relatively comfortably. It'll be snug, but they can fit. Is anybody saying or doing anything during all of this?
I'm gonna help in any way I can.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna be carrying Lucky and get on the ship and ask Angus, what can I do? What can I do?
Just help with the fucking beetles. All right, go help, Angus.
Can I go? Oh, okay, so I go to the beetles, but I'm still carrying Lucky, and I just walk up to him and pat one of them on the head because I still have speak with animals, right?
Yes,
it
you do.
hasn't been an hour. Yeah, so I hold my hand on their head and I just look and tell them or ask them, "How can I help you? What do you need?"
Oh, we haven't been on this thing in a while. Well, you're the one that feeds us sometimes. We like you. No, we're just going to get on here. We're going to settle in.
Perfect.
It's just almost like this strange chittering in between the speaking as their little feelers and the little pinchers are going back and forth.
Well, I'm here for you.
But it seems like they've been here before. They've been on this particular vessel before.
Yeah, because you said you haven't been on here in a while. So
yeah, it's been a while.
So you're happy? Is this a good thing?
And all of a sudden, the yoke starts pulling, and Angus is like kind of grunting and beckoning them forward. I'll talk to you later. And they start loading onto the ship. Okay.
And I just pat as they walk away.
Okay. No problem. Everything begins to get loaded on the ship relatively easily. And just as that begins to occur, someone appears out of the. It's almost like the helm of the ship, that third tier, the one that's highest up in the air. An individual appears out of the top. They are tall and chrome in color. And they have these wooden accents that are running all across their face and down their hands. Even from this distance, you can tell. This is a Warforged individual. This is a robotic, living, mechanized person. They're not they're not rare, so to speak, but they are not the most common race out there. Some of you might have had experiences working with some in the past. But he's sporting this large bicorn hat that has this obnoxiously large feather sticking out of it.
As soon as Morb sees him, he's going to stand at attention and salute.
Perfect. You stand at a salute. But the rest of you, all as you can see, is he has this large blouse that has a ton of frills, and it's opened up on the chest, and it's exposing like this large, I guess you could say, chiseled wooden manly chest in the way that he's like kind of like chiseled away and shaped the metal and the wood of his chest into appearing to these large, massive pecs. It's wide open, and he has this all the way down to the wrist. These frills go, and he has this long split tail leather coat. It's slick and dark in color. It almost seems like it would slough the water off with ease. His face and this whole getup, this whole design to him, feels like it has the look of somebody who would say they're a Navy man. They're a man of the sea, a man of the water, a skill for piloting, precision, care. But it almost appears that he has this large smile going on, but he has no teeth to speak of. It's just this large, goofy grin with his mouth standing there agape. And you also notice that his eyes are these bright yellow flashes, but as you can almost look at ever so slightly, they're turning and rotating. And it's this almost like lighthouse effect to his eyeballs.
Neat.
Go ahead and post that. General chat. There we go. As Angus rings out again. Hi, Alexander. Permission to come aboard. And the captain up at the top, he takes the bicorn hat off and he does this extremely dramatic flourish, and he bows ever so slightly, ever so deeply, and his head almost like bangs on the ground of the ship below him, and he's like, "Permission granted." And all of a sudden, the layers begin to start coming down. The second layer first, followed by the third level, with Ingus quickly below, positioning the beetles ever so down. As the tiers begin to start coming down, he does take a look around, and he does spot one of you. And Morb, as you're standing there, making very much so a little bit of a spectacle of yourself, as you're saluting up in the air, he returns the salute and, "I recognize you!" And he begins actually coming down a set of stairs. But you all notice that he's not actually walking so much as he is moving side to side. He's almost like he's scuttling. And his hands are kind of up in the air, snapping left and right. And he makes his way down the stairs, down to the loading area as this kind of like strange tongue rolls out from the ship and comes down onto the dock. Floor is yours. What's everybody doing?
So did he come down to the...
Yeah, he's still on the ship, but he's at the top. He's at the very top of this like tongue-like apparatus that has sprung from the ship that has come down to the dock to allow all of you to walk on.
Morb's gonna walk first, and it's good to see you, Albert.
It's good to see you still alive. I trust your quest went rather well.
It's going. So far, so good.
We'll talk more about it later. The rest of you, come aboard! Welcome to the Splinters on Me fingers. And he starts kind of like waving these digits on his hand that have these almost like wooden like nails and stuff like that are appended that are protruding from them. Did everybody start loading up?
Yep.
Yep.
No questions here.
All right, everybody starts loading onto the ship. Welcome aboard! My name is Captain Albert Alexander, and I will be your captain for the foreseeable future. Welcome to the Splinters on Me fingers, as I said. You'll find, Ooh, there's a lot of you. Well, this will be a little difficult. Well, I hope you're all comfortable with each other, because it's going to be a little snug. Obviously, the bay below is loaded up with our friends' cabin, our friends' wagons and critters. So the rest of you are going to have to sleep up top. Make yourselves busy. And he kind of like claps his hands together. Have none of you been on a ship before?
Yes, but it's been a while.
No. Open water's not really my thing.
Thank you, Angus. You always bring the most wonderful people on board. The rest of you, start untying ropes. Let's go. I'd like to leave this fucking city as quickly as I can.
So Xena runs to the ropes, puts Lucky down, and starts untying and getting things ready because she's been on ship before.
Lucky
Been a long
immediately,
time.
Lucky immediately begins running off and doing his own thing and playing aboard. The rest of you, all you kind of go scatter about, start untying ropes and getting things ready to, lay out the ship away from the docking area. You also do notice that there is one other individual walking about the ship. She's human, for all intents and purposes. Very young by the looks of it. Maybe 16, 17, maybe 18 years of age. She has this kind of a spunky, plucky look about her. She's sporting this kind of. She has a leather skirt over a pair of like these utility shorts that have these little pouches and little slings that are holding various tools. She has a very keen-looking dagger that's strapped to her thigh as well. She has this laced-up bodice. It's not revealing so much as it is like decorative and also functional. It almost has like the appearance of a wetsuit that goes over her. She has this full sleeve of tattoos that stretches over her fingertips and goes all the way up from her fingertips down, all the way up to her neck. It has various sea creatures and river life interwoven into it with these waves and sea foam designs. And she's quickly coming about, and she's assisting some of you with untying things. She's getting things positioned. She seems to be getting things ready for the ship to cast off.
So Xena yells, "Who are you? What's your name? How can we help?"
She just kind of quickly beckons to the rest of you, like starts pointing at more ropes and various things. And she kind of just beckons you, "Start tying all of that off, please. Thank you. Super, great, bye." And she kind of goes about her own business.
I'm gonna turn to Xena and be like, "Can you please show me how to tie a knot properly?
Yes.
I don't want to mess up."
Yes, come over here. And I lean down and show her how to roll, unroll, and tie so that it's on there and we don't lose anything. Like tying a lariat, but only on a ship. So, gotcha.
Excellent.
Thank you.
They are very much so making like preparations to leave very, very quickly. It seems like everybody is eager to leave this place. But anybody that wants to, except for Smalls, go ahead and make me a quick perception check.
Did you say except for me?
Except for you, yes.
Okay.
Don't worry,
21.
Monroe has a 4.
21.
21.
Just let me know if you guys got above a 15.
All of us?
Anybody who got above a 15?
Anyone that wants to.
Yeah, I did.
Well, anybody that got above a 15, it seems odd to you that everybody's like very, very eager to leave this place. It's like they're wasting no time. There's very little time for introductions, very little time for anything else going on. But as you kind of look up, you look at the position of where you're at, and you are extremely close to where you thought you were. Maddie, you especially, you look up. Drew, you especially, you look up, and you can actually see the Salt Bay up above you, a couple tiers up. And you see kind of a gathering outside. And even from this distance, it's a few hundred yards, you can see Captain Ungunder. Captain Jormungandr, the very person that you fought outside the bar, is standing outside with some of his cohorts. And he's kind of watching you all leave. And Maddie, on your 21, you can actually see his coat's open like it was, and he's still very much so bare-chested. But you can see this strange scarring that has gone up from his side and is working its way up his chest. It almost looks like a massive frost burn. You don't remember that being on him when you met him in the bar, but it's definitely there now. And he's smiling up at the top, and he's kind of tapping on his wrist, almost like he's telling you, watch the time.
Are we rolling a perception, you said? Sorry.
Anybody,
Way back.
anybody that was above a 15, you could say that your character saw this.
Maddie rolled high enough to see the intricacies.
Yep.
I am going to purposefully face away from them so
I
that they
got
are
it.
facing my back because I do not want them to see me.
Okay.
I got a 23.
23. Yeah, you definitely see the same thing that Maddie did. You see Captain
And
Jormungandr up
Xena.
there at the top, and Xena. Yeah. You see Captain Jormungandr up there with his cohorts, just kind of watching you all, smiling as you all leave.
Drum, is that the captain up there? I agree, Drum. I take the finger that he, one that he cut off, and I just give him a big ol' fuck you, man.
Maddie gives a giant fuck you.
Make it big.
Morb, go ahead and make me a quick wisdom saving throw. You can choose to fail this if you want. It seems like somebody is attempting to speak to you.
I have a feeling I know who it is.
Mm.
My tablet.
While that's happening, I'm gonna go up to Drew and be like, Drew, what did you see?
What? What do you mean? The captain?
There's a captain.
Hey, Marshall.
Mhm.
That is a natural one.
So a natural one, yeah, you definitely fail. It's there's something breaking through your mind, and it's definitely a voice that you recognize. Okay, Galley boy. I didn't get your friends. I didn't get your little bitch. Just remember our fucking deal. Find it, bring it back to me. I won't miss twice. You can respond in 25 words or less.
Unlike you, I didn't miss.
Is that all you say?
You'll get your damn thing.
Is that it? Oh,
Oh, I'm gonna say one more thing. That mark looks good on you. And then that's it.
nice.
I'm gonna find the captain. I'm gonna find Albert.
He is up at the helm and just like whistling a tune, like very Steamboat Mickey as he kind of like steers this thing out, and you can kind of hear the chunk of the paddles behind the boat, and the two at the front, or two at the aft, and two, I forget nautical shit, but one to the left and one to the right, as they are chugging away, and they are quickly pushing this vessel out of the bay.
I'm gonna go
of Opus
go
Dei.
up and like I may have caused trouble for you.
Oh, believe me, I heard.
Yeah, my revenge didn't last for very long.
Friend, I told you, it's one of those things that has to take time. You know, you seem like you're not the most patient of sorts. I can respect that, but at the same time, as I told you, just let it happen, and good things come to those who wait. And as he starts, like all of a sudden, he like quickly cranks the wheel to the right. As he's not really paying attention as he's talking to you. It seems like he's absent-minded, and you guys almost like veer right into another fishing vessel as it's coming into the bay. And so everybody kind of like just jolts to the right a little bit. You know, everybody stays upright, no problem. Like, listen, let's do this conversation after we've gotten out of this godforsaken city. Yeah, super, great, get out, bye. And he kind of like pushes you out and closes the door behind you.
Mm-hmm. I think as people notice, like Morb, he kind of sways with the water as he's going, so he never really gets affected by like the jostling. It just looks like he's in like a glass of water, moving with the sea.
Very gyroscopically stable. I love it.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, what you guys would notice as he's walking, he's carrying something new. It looks like a long stick, but it's wrapped up in a blanket.
Excellent.
Ooh.
All right. That far more dashing, but this is definitely how he sees himself. Yes, by far. But from there, it's a couple of hours. You make your way out of Opus State proper. The bay gives way into a few rivers. He is quickly guiding your way through, dodging various vessels coming in left and right. This is a very busy port, but he's definitely navigating his way out and quickly finding the wakes of the river that is kind of propelling you all forward. Again, his vessel is purely steam powered. It can only move at a certain speed. It's not governed by the wind, so he's able to even move against the current, and quickly makes your way out. It's a couple of hours, but you make your way out of the city and back into the wilds proper of Opus Day. Off in the distance, you can see the very cliff highway which you guys came in, which you had the encounter with the Lindworm and the dreaded Lindworm Slayer. And it's a couple of hours, and you're making your way out. But then all of a sudden, things start to calm down. It's only a few vessels. Things quickly make their way to the left or the right, and things are moving the way that they're supposed to. But you are out of the Opus Dei city and back out into the wilds. Floor is yours. What's anybody want to do or say the rest of the day?
I'm actually just taking my pull of angling now that I know that it's kind of special, and I think I'm just going to be fishing and just playing around with it if I can on the edge.
You're just fishing. Do you want to? Are you just fishing, or are you actually trying to figure out what's up with this thing? Like you're trying to make it do other things.
I think we'll start with fishing, maybe later down the trip. We got a couple days, right?
Yep. Just make me a dex check.
Ah, shit. 23.
23. You are adept-handed at fishing. You have no problem. You're actually you're whipping this thing out. It's almost like you're very much so used to this weapon, and I think the knowledge of that, knowing that it is something different, something special, that there could be more to this. It's encouraging you to try something a little different. So it's almost like you're fly fishing and angling this thing out, aiming for different areas and trying different methods of fishing. And no problem. Every couple of minutes, you're popping up a trout or some kind of like strange-looking bass. It's good sizes, but you're definitely able to pull enough fish on a 23 to feed at least half the crew.
Drum, come grab this fish, man. I got us, dude.
All right, so I'm gonna start making my way over to Maddie, but I'm gonna cross Monroe and Drew. I'm gonna look at Drew and stop for a second and be like, "You're fucking weird too," and then I'm gonna keep walking.
Bitch. Good day to you too, Drum. Jesus.
Dude, I tried to talk with Drum earlier, and he gave me the same sort of weird look. Do you think he needs cuddles too?
Maybe not right now.
And who do you want to bet would give Drum cuddles? We could make a game out of it. Because my bet is Maddie would probably be the first to cuddle on Drum.
Yeah.
I want to have a conversation with Drum and also Morb, but I feel like Drum is a little bit more pressing at the moment.
I'm preoccupied getting fish.
Well, Xena, run to the top of the ship to talk to the captain and see what's going on, where he's headed, and how long he's been doing this.
He opens up a little window. Like he doesn't open the door is locked when you get up to the top of the steering where he's at. It's a small captain's area. It's got the wheel inside, a lot of navigation tools, a lot of things laid out. But the door is locked, and he kind of opens up a little window. Is like, yes, can I help you?
Hey, can my dog Lucky and watch you steer the ship?
There's
and
no
see
captain
where
here.
we're
No see,
going?
no how. Bye, thank you. And closes the window.
Oh, come on, Lucky. I guess we'll go eat some fish. No, Xena turns around and pounds on the door. Knock, 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 knock.
Opens the door this time a little. Opens the door this time a little bit slower.
Hello, Captain. I would just like to see your navigation skills.
Haven't crashed into
Captain.
anything yet.
No,
Then
no,
it's navigation
no.
skills.
You are a great navigator.
I'm
would
glad you
just like-
recognize that.
But I would love to see where we're going from the top of the ship. Can me and Lucky come in?
There's a ladder. You can climb on top of the roof. Thank you. Bye. And closes there, and you can actually see a ladder. He kind of points to the back. There's a ladder. You can actually climb to the top level, and you can see much higher.
Knock, 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 knock. Captain! 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 Captain!
Slides it back open.
Hey, I would love to see it from your perspective. Can we see it from your perspective?
Young lady, this is not a pleasure cruise.
Oh,
If you would do me such a favor as to leave me alone so that I might get us away from this godforsaken city, you and I can have a conversation. And closes the window.
knock, 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 knock. Captain! Captain!
He's not responding to you anymore.
All right. Come on, Lucky. Go down.
I'm gonna come around from the corner, probably because Morb has been chilling up there. That's a quick way to get thrown off the boat.
Okay. I just want to see where we're going. And I thought having that clear view would be better, but apparently not. So he said we could have a conversation later, which I plan on having. So I'm just going to take a look in. We're going to go down and check on everyone else and see how the fishing's going. Unless you have something else to tell me. Or
This isn't like any other stagecoach. You mess up here, you go into the water. Keep that
But-
in mind.
okay, I will keep that in mind, but I just don't. I just want to see where we're going. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
Just-
disturb anyone, but I did. I totally did disturb everybody. So I'm gonna just go back down below decks and see what's going on there. And I will keep him to his word, though. He said he'd have a conversation with me later. So
He keeps his word. You can
And
trust
what?
that. He keeps his word. You can trust
Okay.
that.
and do you know him?
An old friend.
Oh, okay. So you do know what I'm saying, or you do know how to counsel me, I should say. And I'm sorry if I overstep my bounds. I just get that way sometimes. So
Ships, if somebody says do something and somebody doesn't do it, people can die.
mm,
So
okay, I will remember that. I don't want anyone to die. I don't want to die. Come on, Lucky, we're going down. We don't want to die today. So I go downstairs and just go to the deck and walk over to Maddie and ask him, so, looks like you're a great fisher. What are we going to do with all these fish?
I don't know. I'm good at fishing, good at drinking. Guess we can do both if you want.
Cool. Beer over fish on fried? Yum.
All right.
Ina,
As
you
you guys-
are my spirit animal. Thank you so much.
as you guys begin to discuss like what you want to do about the evening's meal, it's been a few hours. It's about 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon. The afternoon is still open to anybody. Is there anybody else that wanted to have a conversation or anything else that wanted to go on?
I want to talk to Morb.
Okay, go for it.
I don't know if it'll pick up both of us.
I don't know.
No, it did not.
It,
Did it?
I heard it through here.
Okay, then we're good.
It's not
Yeah,
bad.
we can hear you guys.
Not bad. Okay, cool.
You got you.
Morb.
You probably
Okay.
in the captain's quarters, but like in
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through a whole search, and then when I finally find you, I'm gonna be like a little nervous and a little shaky, and I'm gonna be like, you are mostly water, yes?
I'm a liquid.
A liquid. Being on water like this is not so uncomfortable for you.
Nope.
It does not seem it. My stomach hurts. And I'm not used to this feeling, and I sometimes get dizzy. And am I dying?
No, that's seasickness. Do you have any crackers on you?
What are crackers?
Would there be crackers in the rations, Marcel?
Yeah, definitely some like I forget what the word is, but it's like hard bread basically. Tack. Hard tack. There you go.
Now,
Okay.
nibble on this. It'll help.
Okay. I'm gonna take that and like nibble on it a little bit and be like, this was not why I was looking for you, but it is the most pressing matter. Okay. I have been paying close attention to you because you are a very intriguing being. I have noticed that sometimes when you are around different people, you act differently. Like, your voice changes and the things you say can be rougher. And for example, in the bar, you were very you seemed to do similar things to the captain that you killed and then Mortimer brought back. Is that a defense mechanism that you do, or
More minutes.
right? I remember you saying that before. That is how you mimic?
People I'm around. I copy speech.
Hmm. I am trying to find new ways to be less obvious. Do you think that is something I can do to help me as well?
Something. I don't know if it would help. I don't know what I'm going through. But
People
it
often
just-
try to kill me, so I just want to blend in better.
try to make me play.
Does that make it better or worse for you? Why would they try to make you a slave? You are a very strong and capable person on your own. I think I prefer you more as like a leader type than as a slave type.
You see others of my kind were slaves.
I did not pay much attention. I stared at the floor. I'm sorry. I make eye contact with people and it scares me sometimes.
So for other reasons. But my kind are usually slaves. Any with power snuffed out.
That is interesting. For me, it is difficult to find people that you can trust because many people lie very, very frequently. I do not feel as if you mimicking others, though, is considered lying. So I feel I can trust you at least a bit. Monroe, on the other hand, I do not know if I can trust him. He makes me very anxious, just in general. Maddie, I feel I can trust. Drum just confuses me. Smalls, I don't really like him very much, but he's kind of growing on me, which is also a little scary. Chiron, I have not spoken much to him, but the horse part of him is a little scary sometimes.
He's saving me. I like him.
That is fair. I have had like one conversation with him, and that was it.
Separate.
As you guys continue this conversation, it gets later and later into the day as the day goes on. It's as evening starts setting in. Albert Alexander, up at the top, he begins opening up the windows, and he kind of makes a motioning to the other crew member aboard the vessel. And she quickly rolls over and she pulls over a grate that's at the center of the ship towards the front. And she does a few mechanism changes, a few things, and all of a sudden up pops a large fire pit, like a large bowl. She motions her hands a couple of times, and as all of a sudden a few spouts of flame erupt from her fingertips in this large fire, kind of just erupts from this pit at the center. Controlled, warm, comforting. Seems to be almost like a portable cooking pit, portable fire pit, something to keep the decks alight at night. But she quickly packs away, moves away, goes back to her business, tending to the ship. But there is a fire lit. We're going to move into the evening portion of everything. With this, you guys can go ahead with the number of rations that Maddie was able to catch. I will subtract 5, but everybody else everybody who uses the ration, that's fine. But you need to have enough to feed both. I would say that you have enough to feed Angus, Captain Alexander, and the member of his crew, and then 1 left over. Everybody else will need to expend 1 ration. But conversations and everything else can continue. Please do. Just know that we are moving into the evening portion of everything. As you guys have moved hours and hours away, keep in mind that the travel that you are guys moving back to the capital, this will take 3 travel checks instead of 9 because a ship or boat moving on the river moves 3 times as fast.
Nice.
So, question.
Mhm.
The ration or the scraps that I took from breakfast, that would be a ration for Lucky, right? I would just take 1 ration for me.
Yeah, 1 ration for you. Where you can feed Lucky with what you got. That's no problem.
Okay. Wait, what?
So for me, when they ask about rations for everyone, like to put into the pot, I'm going to mostly ignore it, but I'm going to shove enough rations that are more than enough for me, but it should be enough to cover the captain, his crew, and Angus and Angus. So
They're
I'll take all
taken
5.
care of with Maddie's fish plus 1.
Oh, plus 1? Okay. Well, then I'm going to like double that just so people don't bother me. So I will throw in 5 rations to the pot, whatever
Okay.
that is, to just not be bothered.
Okay, so that's 5 and 5. That's 10, which you guys need a grand total of 14, I believe. So 4 more, you're all set. But the floor returns to all of you. Conversations, anything you want to do. This will change this because you are traveling by river and not on land. You do not need. You already have the fire set up. This is a more enclosed space. You will need 2 patrols. You guys could both have the benefit of a long rest, but you'll need 2 people to take watch for the evening as you guys traverse from one section to the next.
I'll take watch for the
Okay.
first part because
Xena?
Yeah, Xena. Yeah, because Captain Alexander's coming down, right? He said
Yes.
he'd talk to me.
He will be coming down. And who's taking the second watch, just so we have all this established?
Drum's
I
still
can
in
take a
the.
second watch.
Okay.
Abby, you're taking the second watch? Okay. Abby will take the second watch. All right. Floor
Can I
belongs
make
to
an
everybody else.
investigation on the other crew member, the girl that lit the fire?
Sure. Investigation
I
or
wanna-
perception? What do you want to try to do?
I'm curious about her and thinking if she might be the lieutenant or the captain, because I'm not sure who I'm looking for, but I need to talk
there's
to
ca-
somebody about who I'm gonna play my horn for.
Okay. Yeah, there's Captain Albert Alexander. He's up at the top steering the ship, and then there's this crew member, this younger girl.
All I'm saying is Morn's perception was a 4 with everything going on. That I
Okay.
need to talk to somebody.
Okay. Roll me another perception.
And that's a 6 now. I'm getting a little bit better. Drum, you gave me your dice.
This
I
is a
shouldn't
very
have talked to you.
this is a very important person. This girl controls everything. Everybody answers to her.
So,
Dude, it's the captain.
so while I'm on watch, I can speak with her, right? She'll be up.
Sure. Yeah, she's up, moving around, doing stuff.
Oh yeah, because I'm
She's an
really
important person.
intrigued by the fire from her fingers.
Okay.
And she's
I'm-
16-ish.
16-ish. Yeah, seems she's younger.
Nice.
I'm gonna go and approach her. Ask you, excuse me.
Hi.
Important
Hi there.
person.
How
Hi.
can I help you?
Are you interested in hearing what I have to offer about my horn?
I'm kind of seeing somebody, but I'm super flattered. Thanks.
I just whip it out and I go, this horn.
Oh, music. Yeah, that'd be great. Captain Alexander loves music. You're more than welcome to go ahead and play it up here on deck. Whatever you need to do. Just yeah, go nuts.
You're not the captain?
No, I am not the captain. That's Albert Alexander up there. Please make sure you don't make that mistake again. Great, super.
I will not make that mistake, but I am making a mistake by not asking your name.
My name's Morgan. Nice to meet you.
Morgan. Do you have a special sea shanty that you like?
I'm kind of partial to Johnny Lever, but you know, you could also introduce me and introduce yourself and tell me your name. That would be super great. You know, that'd be nice.
I am Monroe.
Great, super. Morgan,
I
nice to
have
meet you.
someone too.
That's great.
I think that's how this works. It works, right? You cuddle with someone and then you're together.
Yeah, I have work to do. she quickly just kind of turns around and goes back to tying
I
up.
know,
and-
just leaves. Like, okay, well, I whipped out my horn. I better play something. And I'm gonna be playing my horn while I'm walking about,
Great.
just trying to catch up with everyone else.
Around this time, Albert Alexander's coming out from the helm. Everything you get the presence, like there's enough moonlight here throughout the night. You can see that it's a long straightaway of river heading, ever so slightly downhill. It's just a very gentle treckle as you guys are moving away. You have the slapping of the steamboat and the paddles at the back and to the left and the right, just moving along at a very, very steady pace. But it almost seems like he's on a little bit of an autopilot from here. He comes down, makes his way down the steps, comes over and kind of puts his hands over the fire ever so slightly, and he's scuttling left to right, uncrosses them, and just kind of puts his hands to the fire. Not too close. Like I said, this guy does have these odd little wooden accents all through him. But he's just kind of sitting there, gently and warming himself by the fire. Lorpin?
Can I flop right next to him, continuing playing my horn and giving him glances?
He's just kind of bobbing his head every little bit. It's like, you want to make a performance check?
Yeah, I want to make him smile a bit
Go for it.
with a 15.
The 15. You definitely strum out this like delightful version using your horn of Lever Johnny Lever. It's the perfect little shanty that's just kind of smoothing right along with this steady pace that you guys are turning along the river, and he just kind of opens his mouth agape, skin, no teeth. He just kind of got this odd little agape smile on his face. His eyes close, and you can see the little lanterns behind, just ever so slightly dim. And he's just kind of bobbing along, warming his hands by the fire.
Nice.
But floor is open. Whoever wants to do anything else.
I will be retreating to a hammock of some sort.
Not a whole lot of like hammocks in the way of like places to sleep here. Here's the captain's quarters above. There might be some other places to sleep, but basically it's just going to be wherever you can kind of pull up on the deck here. That's where you're going to sleep because the cargo area is full of wagons and beetles.
Full of cargo.
Yeah, that spot sounds good. I will go near the fire-ish.
Yep.
So I am patrolling. Xena's patrolling and walking around, and here's a little bit of conversation here and there because she's kind of strolling all the decks. And she walks by Morgan and she says, "Hey, I heard your name was Morgan. How did you get aboard the ship?"
It's kind of a personal question. I'm still working.
Yeah,
Listen,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Like, I don't mean to be rude or anything, but I haven't even met you. Again, my name's Morgan. I know you know my name, but I don't know yours. Makes it a little weird.
I'm sorry, and I curtsy and I say, "My name is Xena. I'm on patrol right now. That's why I'm walking around and hearing all these conversations. I'm not trying to eavesdrop, but you have some very cool talents, and I just was intrigued by you. So I just wanted to know a little more about you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to just jump in and say, "Hey, who are you? How'd you get here?"
That's okay. Yep, my name's Morgan. I don't really like to talk about my powers. It's a little bit of a hard story, but just I've always had a bit of a gift, so to speak, for this kind of stuff. I was always had a bit of a call to the sea and to the waters and to the storms. So that's Albert Alexander took me under his wing a couple of years ago.
Oh, that's very nice. Oh, can I introduce you? This is Lucky. He walks with me too. He's my little puppy, and we're just kind of walking around. But I just wanted to introduce you to him, because he seems happy around you, and that's really cool because that's a great sign of your welcoming personality. So
she immediately gushes and just fawns over the puppy and petting him over and everything like that. He's very much so playful and kind of patting his paws forward, licking and everything like that. It's you get a good vibe, basically.
Yeah. But Morgan, thank you. I really, I'm not trying to pry into your life. I just thought we could have a conversation, but I'm still patrolling, so I'm going to keep walking, and I hope I didn't offend you in any way. I don't want to pry into your life, but that's an exciting story.
We still have a couple of days, so let me get back to work, and we'll talk later. I promise.
Okay, and I'll get back to work too. I need to patrol and make sure that everyone's safe, including you. So
absolutely, you go do that. Thanks. Bye.
All
Super.
right, thank you. Bye. And so Xena walks off, and she walks around with Lucky and just looks at the water and looks out and makes sure that are we in the middle of water? Are there any shores by the side of us, or are we just in open waters?
No, you're in a large river. It's about 100 feet. It's a few hundred feet to either bank on either side. You seem to be kind of churning right down the center at this time. But it's a very large. Think like the Mississippi. It's
okay, because
large open water left or right till you get to the bank, but you can definitely see the bank even in this moonlight.
Okay, because I just wondered if I needed to look for, things on the bank, make sure that no one's trying to come ashore or not come ashore, but come to the boat from the shore.
Hey, you're the one on the patrol.
Yep. So I am walking and I just see clear blue sea, well, river, and just continuing to walk and walk by everybody and say, hey, how's it going? You know, you guys get some good rest and I'll keep you safe. So Lucky and I just traipse around.
Perfect. Monica, did you want to try and have a conversation?
Obby.
All right. Is there anything anybody else wanted to do the night? This is your first time out on a vessel. You
Sorry, I
guys
lost my phone for a second.
That's okay.
I did want to have a conversation with Drum.
Go for it.
I was gonna go bug him.
All right, I am sitting at the edge of the boat, kind of feet dangling off, like looking at the ocean or the river.
This
I'm gonna
entire
very
time,
awkwardly.
Smalls. Oop,
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say this entire time, Smalls is just kind of hanging out in whatever space he can find to fit, and just slowly chipping away. He's got a hand axe out and just slowly working on that hammerhead and watching all of this, just
Awesome.
taking it all in.
I will come back to you for that.
I'm gonna go up to him and just kind of like awkwardly like sit down next to him and be like, "Hello." I know you said you did not want to be bothered, but I found that weird, so I have come to bother you.
I feel on some level that might make sense.
I just wanted to check and make sure that you are okay.
I am always okay. It was a long night, but
Yes. I do not think that people can always be all right. So, is there something bothering you or on your mind?
nothing that is of importance. It'll probably be gone by the morning.
Okay. Did I am not used to having these kinds of conversations.
You talked to
If
Morph earlier today, right?
I did, yes.
Did he say where he knows the captain from?
We did not really talk about that, but he said he was an old friend to Xena, I believe.
Okay.
From
He
what I
just
have
seemed
seen,
familiar.
from what I have seen of Moore, he is very much a seafaring blob person. So that does make sense to me.
Yeah, Morph kind of does look like water. He dances
Yeah.
funny when the ship rocks.
I think he's also very comfortable being on the water as like a sailor.
He did have something different about him today. I wasn't paying very much attention, but he did seem like he was proud of something.
I do not know. He is very different when he's on the sea. I have never really been a big fan of the open waters. I don't know how to swim, so being in the middle of the water makes me nervous, and also I'm worried that my wings will get wet and that will hurt. So
You can always
yeah.
fly though before that happens, right?
Well, yes, but what if it happens unexpectedly? And then there's also the whole thing of people don't typically just fly unless you're like a fairy. So if a fairy starts flying, it's totally normal. But if I start flying, people are going to start like attacking me because I'm not supposed to fly. You know what I mean?
I feel like things with wings are supposed to fly. That should be
Well-
a law.
Yeah, typically, it should be, but it's not. And also, attacking other people should also be like not something that people do, but they do it anyways. And I am just, yeah,
Well, if it
I
makes
think I
you
need to
feel
stop.
better, I can cut down the others with wings. They'll just stand to be in my way anyway.
I do not think that will help much, but I appreciate the sentiment. You are a very funny individual, and at times extremely confusing.
I don't think I'm confusing. I just don't think that you know me. But for now,
Yes, that is part of the problem. Um, but I mean, we have only known the people in this group for what, like a couple weeks at most.
correct. So no one can yet be trusted. Some of them seem to have good intentions. Others, I'm gonna look towards Drew and Monroe, wherever they're at. I'm unsure of what to make of just yet.
That's another thing. Did you notice Monroe no longer speaking with the weird accent that he had before? Because
Yeah.
I thought I heard him speaking without the accent, but I do not know if it was actually me hearing that or if it was something else.
He was being very strange when he talked to me earlier. And Drew was being very strange when I walked in earlier. I am unsure what's going on between those two.
Do you think they're
But-
sleeping together?
Well, they clearly were sleeping together. They woke up together.
No, I mean like the other kind of mating, kind of sleeping together.
Oh, maybe that's why they're being weird.
Maybe because Monroe does seem like that is something that he would want. I do not know much about Drew, but Monroe definitely, you know.
Well, they did kiss the other night, so maybe they have been
Yeah.
mating
That is
very quietly because we've all been sleeping in the same area.
maybe, or maybe they snuck out of the room to do that, out of respect for their teammates.
I'm gonna
I don't
look
know.
directly
This is-
at Monroe. Be like,
I'm playing my horn and I wave back. Finally, he notices me. Dang.
I feel like you said respect, but I feel like we do know them well enough to know.
There would not be any. No, they would have. Would they have been quiet though? I do not think so.
Well, maybe they're
Maybe they didn't then.
well,
Maybe they almost did, and that's why they're so awkward today.
maybe. Getting excited does do strange things.
I would not know what that is like, but I like to watch them sometimes and see how they interact with each other. I think it's funny.
I think they'd be
I
okay
ta-
with us watching them.
Can I take this opportunity of Drum finally looking at me to like somber over with my horn directly at them and go, guys, I see you looking at me. Is it time to dance?
You do have a different voice.
Different
What
voice.
happened to your accent?
Accent. We've talked about this before. I keep telling you
No,
guys,
no, no.
I do not
No,
have an
you
accent.
did. You did have one. You did have one, and you do not have it anymore. I'm glad that it is gone. But why is it
That is-
different?
Well,
Is the blue thing still there?
blue thing?
I feel
Oh,
like
my
I need to
chest.
ask about.
Heck yeah! Look at my chest, and I'll just go wha-bam.
I'm starting to believe Monroe will mate with. Never mind. You can't just ask people to take off
Mate.
their clothes.
I was not.
Clearly, you
I
were.
was not. No,
Are
I
you
was
guys-
simply asking
guys,
if it
guys,
was
wait.
still there.
Are you guys in on what me and like Drew were talking about before about like bets on who's gonna be like mating who?
Why would you have such
Were
bets?
you guys?
Because clearly there's some vibes going on around here. And
Like which
my
vibe?
vote's on
Hold
Maddie right now.
Ma-
Right, Drew? What
Maddie
was
and
your
who?
vote? You never told me what your vote was.
What?
Wait,
I'm
Maddie
voting
with
on Maddie.
who? What?
As this conversation continues on, I'm going to put a quick pin in that. Smalls, how are you attempting to break away at this thing that you have?
Oh, right now I'm just slowly trying to figure it out. I'm not trying to break any tools. I'm figuring it's not going to be something that I crack open in a day. So I'm just kind of scratching at it with a hand axe, seeing what I can't chip off, seeing what I can't. Just kind of whittling at it more than
Okay.
anything.
You can either make me a sleight of hand check, or you can make me a straight strength check. It's your choice. Like, are you trying to do this carefully and deftly, or are you trying to just like muscle this thing, basically?
No, more carefully.
Okay. Go ahead and do a sleight of hand check then.
Okay. Yeah, I'm getting nowhere fast. I got a 10.
A 10? You're definitely shaving a few things away, and it's almost like you've taken a bit of a chip off of it. But at the same time, the harder and harder you chip away this thing, the more damage, quote unquote, you've done to it, the duller and duller your hand axe gets. So it feels like you might need a different set of tools to get anywhere with this thing quickly. But if you were to keep at it and keep your weapons sharp and keep doing what you're doing, over time, you'd definitely be able to whittle this thing down. It'll take a while, but you can do it.
Okay.
We shift back over to the main campfire, and Captain Albert Alexander is there, and as well as Angus and Ingus. They've come up from below, up the decks. They've taken care of the beetles, got everything positioned. They're ready to kind of take their point. They've all sat around the fire, and they're all passing around a large, almost seems like a big corn jug, that big corn jug of Angus's whiskey that he's been, slurping on this whole time. And they're passing it around, trading stories. And everybody in the close proximity, you can hear Angus and Ingus just kind of like, it's not like they're annoyed, but they're definitely kind of like have that look on their face like they've probably heard this story 1,000 times before. And Albert Alexander is, those of you that are standing around, you can hear him, and he's telling this story about this. Let's see. There was this 500-foot walrus with tooth decay. Nice fella. He was ornery. He was angry. Nothing could sate him. Well, I wrapped my anchor around his tusk, and I pulled until dusk. And lo and behold, the tooth! And he points up, and there's this walrus tusk hanging above the captain's quarters. Nowhere near big enough to be belonging to a 500-foot walrus, but there is an obvious tusk hanging up above his captain's quarters there. But they're all just kind of sitting there, passing this corn whiskey around and trading stories. Well, Albert Alexander's trading stories. Angus and Ingus are just kind of sitting there drinking quietly.
And Gina walks by because she's on patrol, and she says, "Hey, is that corn whiskey? What are you drinking?"
They all just kind of look at you and just,
"Hey, I heard this story about the tusk. That's pretty awesome. 500 pounds? Albert Alexander?"
500 foot.
Nice. Well, I've never seen a 500-pound walrus.
Foot!
But the story is awesome. Totally awesome. And, can I have a drink of your corn whiskey?
It takes a story to get a drink.
Well, let me tell you a story. Can I?
Go for it. Tell a
All
story
right.
of Xena. Tell a story of Xena's past.
So Xena, that is me. So I This is it's an old story, but I am old now, but I was in my 20s at the time, and I was at sea. Remember I said I had been at sea for a time, and my family, rest their souls, we were all on a ship out at sea, and we were trying to catch the biggest fish. Everyone wanted the biggest fish because that was going to be our dinner for the night. And so we all put in our sorry, our we put in I'm sorry, this is hard for me to tell, but we all threw in our lines, and my baby brother was the first to catch a nip, and it was a nip, right? And he pulled it up, and it was just a little tiny fish, and we were like, "Oh, yay for you! The little boy gets a little fish." So then, my sister, who is older than me, throws in her line, and she pulls out a big fish, and we're like, "Oh, that'll feed us for the night." So then Xena, I throw in my line, and I can't pull the line in because the fish is so heavy. So my whole family gets together and we pull, and the line was really strong. And we pull in this fish, and it jumps out of the water and into the ship and breaks the ship open. And we all fall into the sea. But we're all trying to grab hold of each other, but we still have a hold of this fish. And with my powers of speaking with animals, I asked the fish, I said, "What do we do? It's like, I know you're angry and we won't eat you, but our ship has broken by you. Can you swim us all to shore? Can you please swim us all to shore?" And the fish spoke to me and said, "Take the hook out of my mouth and grab hold of my back." So we all grabbed hold of this fish, and we all swam to shore, but when we got to shore, my baby brother was not there. And we searched and searched for him for hours, but never could find him. And then the fish said, I will look. And he came back with the body of my brother. And my brother had been drowned. But this fish was huge, and he actually saved our lives, except for my brother. God rest his soul. And that's my story. Saved by a fish. That's all.
Albert quickly just kind of like shifts to the side a little bit from the bench that he's sitting on, and just kind of pats on the side and beckons you to have a seat, and he hands you the corn jug.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. It brings back such old memories that I need something to temper that. But I'm only going to have a little because I'm still on patrol. Me and Lucky are still on patrol, but
I think your patrol has ended. And he kind of just chips the jug back ever so slightly. Angus and Ingus kind of look over to Abby and just kind of give you the nod, like, go ahead and take over.
I and pat the drum and be like, "It is my turn for the watch. Have a good night."
Thank you. And yeah, so
And then I'll pat Xena and be like, "You never told me you had siblings."
well, I don't anymore, but that was a long time ago. I'm 60 now. 62. And that was when I was in my 20s, but yeah, so that's a story, but
And a story for another night. There's only so much sadness that we can
Yeah.
take around one fire. Drink up.
So yeah,
You've earned
well,
yourself a drink, and it all
we're-
goes back to everybody passing the drink around and trading a few stories. And miraculously, this jug of corn whiskey never seems to empty. It just continues to keep flowing as long as you're holding it.
and and Lucky jumps in my lap, and I said, "How is our puppy? How is our puppy? We're all
Yeah,
happy to have you here."
Your spell is long since worn off, but he is definitely he's bundled up next to you and just kind of curling up in your lap, and his tail's tucked under him, and he seems
But
like he's ready. He's ready to fall
he-
asleep.
But he understands me because I'm rubbing his ears and I'm
Oh, yeah.
kissing his forehead, and I'm saying,
He's-
"How is our
he's-
puppy?"
He's good. He trusts where he's at. And he knows that he is safe and he is warm, and it's
Good.
more than he has had in a long time in his very short life.
All right.
But with that, we're going to shift back over to anybody else have anything else they want to do before we end the night, before we end to go for the long rest. Okay. Does anybody need a quick break?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll take 5 minutes and then we'll come back real quick and we will move on to the next section.
Woo.
Keep in mind, guys, we're playing a little bit later tonight because we got to get through a couple things before we take our long break. But I appreciate everybody hanging in there.
Not a problem. You're doing
Right back.
I was struggling not to laugh. Like, I know I broke it a couple of times, but I was struggling not to laugh.
At what?
I mute myself so much.
About the are they mating?
Yeah.
This is
Yeah, that
another
was kind of
genetics
like,
question.
are they getting to know each other in the biblical "I know you"?
I was struggling not to laugh while I was like, how would Drum respond?
He would be looking at his hammer.
His
Be
hammer.
like, have I been thinking these kinks wrong? Is it in their bodies, not their armor?
Let me hit you with my hammer a couple of times.
Okay, so going into that, I was like, Abby has had so many like strange conversations with him before. Not having one now would make her feel like she did something wrong. So her whole thing was to try to get you to like laugh a little bit.
So outside of it, I was laughing, but that's the main reason I engaged with you as a character, because I was like, we have funny conversations. I want to see where this goes.
I was like, I wish I have a heart. I could No. In the mating sense.
We're all so confused on what we mean.
I understand too many directions.
We need a chaperone.
No, you
Maddie,
see, we
or-
don't need a chaperone. What we need is to remember that you will all be immortalized. Because my memory is shit. So
Yeah, that actually brings up a good point. Is somebody taking good notes of this?
Oh hell no!
Oh, you
I'm
know
recording this
me.
shit.
No,
I
not at all.
just said fuck this. I'm gonna
Fireside
record
with
it.
Chicky to
I'm-
the rescue.
I'm gonna
All right,
share
good.
the video to everyone in the
We got-
journal notes. We got this.
Because
We
I
got
stopped
options.
taking notes. Like, I have like a couple lines of notes.
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't
no.
remember much.
I've been a little too
Hi,
enthralled.
Rose.
And
Hi,
the
Rose.
tequila.
I miss you.
Huh?
I miss you.
Miss you guys too. I'm glad you guys have moved into a nicer place though. Makes me happy.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting some stuff settled and still. They cleared up some more space in the garage, so now we have a working fridge again.
You're a working fridge.
And then if I can find Pistachio's leash, we can bring him over tomorrow,
Nice.
which is really good because I miss him a lot.
See, there's also the option to just buy a leash and say you found it.
But that's expensive, and we don't have
True.
money right now.
That's fair. Oh, that's fair.
He has a leash here somewhere, and it's a light up leash. But
I can't find it because I forgot what box I put it in.
I need an adult
Downside to
that's
moving.
not me as an adult around me. My intrusive thoughts just kicked in. I'm glad I stopped myself. Tequila
What were you
is
just
flammable.
you?
Let's go ahead and take a lighter near it.
I'm sure that would ended up fine.
Find out.
Okay.
Let's find out just how good your tequila is.
Makes your
flammable
clothes
is
fall off.
I mean, you can do that by shaking it and then looking at the bubbles like you would moonshine. It's all right for the $15 I spent for it. It's okay.
It's like 10, I think it's got to be like over 110 proof for it to really light up. So I think you should be okay.
Yeah, it would just be a light burn. My bourbon, on the other hand, would light on fire like a motherfucker.
There you go.
Because I believe that one's 128 proof.
Okay. Do we have everybody back? I think it's like it was just a quick break for everybody.
Marco.
Alex is back. Hello.
Okay, we got Monica, we got Maddie, we got Drew. Are you here? Allie?
Yeah.
Lindsay, I saw. Drum, you good?
I'm good.
You're what there?
Small.
Xena, Wales, Smalls, you good?
I'll go grab it.
Present.
All right,
Huzzah.
let's rock and roll. All right,
I'm falling. Okay.
last chance. Anybody? Is there anything? Like I said, you guys will be on the ship for a few days, heading down. Instead of a 9-day journey, this will be a 3-day journey. So you've still got some time. If you wanted to have a few conversations or get to know a couple members of the crew or whatever, you'll have plenty of opportunity provided. Now, is there anything anybody else wanted to do or say in this night before we all take the long rest?
No.
Nope.
All
All
good.
right. At this point, everybody go ahead. At this point, everybody go ahead and take your long rest. Add it to your character. You're all good. Even those of you that were working on certain things, you still get the benefit of your long rest because you weren't fully dedicated to it, so you're all good. Abby, throughout your shift tonight, you were going to finish up the watch. Now, I need you to go ahead and make a survival check.
Okay.
Wow.
You're still on watch. It's still,
Yeah.
It's as if you were traveling on foot. You still have to make your checks.
Dice. Oh, thank you.
So the recovery exhaustion rate. Ask Marshall, I recover exhaustion rate.
Alex would like to double check that he recovers from exhaustion.
Yes, your long rest, you're good to go. You're not building or doing anything else. You're all set.
I get a +1.
Where's the
And
long
that
rest?
is
I keep forgetting.
a 19.
19, very nice. Long rest bomb is the little campfire symbol up at the top left of your screen. You can click on it to
Your
either a long or
picture.
short rest.
Oh, got it.
On a 19, for the most part, your watch goes relatively uneventful. It's very calm out here, and all of the sensations that you've been feeling about being out on the water and stuff, after a couple of hours, they tend to lay aside, and you're hearing the gentle churning of these the paddles and stuff like that on this steam vessel. The gentle chugging as it moves along. It's not as loud as you would think. It's not as smelly as I guess you would think that a vessel like this would be. No, it almost seems like it's a little bit more sophisticated than the other vessels you do tend to pass by throughout the night. So, as the hours go on, you get more and more comfortable walking the decks, and you seem to be feeling pretty good. That crisp morning air starts to hit you. It's just about, the crest of the sun is just about to come over. But the first hour or so of that early morning, the vessel starts to roll into a massive wave of fog. It's just that. It's that cold, crisp air hitting, as you're coming down the mountains and everything's kind of churning. It's very thick. And Captain Alexander, who does not sleep, mind you, he has been sitting up at the captain's quarters, just navigating the ship along. You can see the brights of his eyes, almost like these lantern-like lighthouse eyes, moving, circling left to right, as he just stands there, navigating the ship, no issues. But as this fog begins to roll in, your vision begins to definitely get a little bit more difficult. The air seems a little bit colder than even when you were higher up in the mountains. But you can still hear the channeling, the paddling of the paddles of the ship as the ship begins to continue along. On a 19, though, just as the sun is beginning to crest over the mountains, you know the light's out there, but it's still very hard to hear. And you hear it's almost like a fluttering above you. A massive
Okay.
whoop. And motioning of what feels like there's something flying above your head. But the fog is thick. Very hard to see.
Can I make my way towards the captain?
Sure. Right now, you're at the very tip of the ship, basically the nose of the ship. I don't know my nautical terms. I'll have to brush up on this. But if you want to make your way back towards the captain's cabin, which is back at the very end of the ship, is that what you want to do?
Or if I were to say something to him, because I haven't spoken to him yet, would that? Because I have to have like a connection to them. I've formed a connection already, so would my telekinesis thing work?
You can't see him from where you're at anyways. All you can see is the little lights of his eyes, ever so slightly, through the thick of the fog from the other side of the ship.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna make my way to him.
Okay. You make it about 20, 30 feet. I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, that's fine.
Do I hear a dog?
Oh, sorry, it's
Ace
Ace.
is
Ace.
being
Let me.
It's like somebody's either really excited or that's a dog.
Both are valid options at this point, considering our crew.
Well, you know,
Yeah, this
Ace.
dexterity saving throw, man.
Sorry. It's Ace.
+3. 17, 18.
At an 18, something swoops out of the air and just ever so slightly brushes just past your shoulders. It almost seems like something attempted to grab you, but on 18, you're able to kind of definitely just duck ever so slightly out of the way, but it disappears into the fog. And all you hear is that flapping of wings.
Okay. I'm gonna move a bit faster to the captain.
Moving faster.
Yeah.
You've only made it about 20, 30 feet. You keep running at this point?
No, I don't want to run because I can't see and I'm gonna trip over something.
Okay. Then you're making your way still?
Yeah, I'm still gonna keep going.
All right. Does a 17 hit you?
Yeah, meets it, beats it.
Meets it beats. All of a sudden, as you're kind of like making your way, you're carefully trying to make your way through, and you're stepping over a couple of people because remember everybody's kind of sleeping out on the deck of the ship. All of a sudden, you are slammed into the back. This something has propelled and just nailed you right between your shoulder blades as you go tumbling forward 10 feet, and you are knocked prone. And you just hear this
Ow.
as it flutters off.
Okay.
And you take, sorry, I forgot to roll the damage. 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay. Okay.
Who did you step, as you were making your way forward before you got knocked over, who would you say that you stepped over?
Either Maddie or Smalls.
Pick one.
Maddie.
Maddie, make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, you know I got that. Famous last words. 11.
On an 11, all of a sudden, two things descend from the fog, Aubrey, right behind you as you're scrambling to get back up to your feet. And these are these two avian individuals with large wings. There are no hands, there are no arms. It's just these large wings that extend out. These feminine faces, feminine features, bodies leading down to these bird-like legs. These large talons that extend over their feet. They collapse onto the deck of the ship and immediately sink their claws into Maddie, sleeping peacefully as you just sunk over him, and then begin hoisting him up out of the air.
Women? Did you say women?
Feminine
Female
features.
faces?
Feminine features.
Feminine features.
And just
Holy
begin
moly.
hoisting him up into the air.
Okay,
Matt?
I'm gonna yell out for Maddie.
Maddie,
Okay. At this point, everyone begins to start screaming and starts yelling. Do you start like screaming loudly to get everybody awake?
Yes, I don't know how that would work though without having vocal cords.
I was about to say that's like the worst person to
Communication,
scream.
bro, like-
The worst
Start banging
person.
some
No,
hands.
since
There's a
everybody
warning
is
bell
there,
or
and I
something.
already have a mental connection to everybody. I'm literally just yelling into your brains.
Yeah.
like a
Ain't no way y'all are
screech
sleeping through
alarm.
that.
So I jump up and I'm like, what the Maddie? What?
I need everybody to roll me initiative.
Yeah.
Let's
Because
go.
what's happening? My brain.
no.
Maddie, you are rolling at disadvantage.
You son of a
Sorry,
bitch.
I have this
For
image of
this.
being blown away. Yeah, I
It's
have it.
initiative. That
I got a
gummit.
19.
18. Okay.
Where's
Everybody,
initiative? Tell me.
It's by your speed and armor class at the top.
I
It'll
need
say-
to roll initiative for that Maddie boy.
underneath your picture, it'll say initiative just off to the right hand there. Yours should say a
It'll
plus
be in
2,
a
Mom.
box.
So many 14s. Jesus.
who's got a 20 to 25?
Oh shoot.
Anybody?
No.
15 to
Nope.
20.
19.
15.
Hold on.
Holding on to my hopes and dreams. Oh, then
Waiting.
It went.
Yeah, don't worry about me.
Okay. What'd you say you got?
Xena
you got
got
a
a 15.
We got Xena.
I got a
10.
19.
Oh, 19? Okay. So,
Yeah.
so who was that? Abby?
Yeah, and then
Come on,
Morb got,
15 to 20. Who's got what here?
Morb.
All right, Abby, and then Morb.
He got a 17.
Morb, and then we have Xena. All right. 10 to 14. Or 10 to 15.
Yes, there's 3 of us with
There's 3 of
14, I believe.
All
Yeah.
right. Who has the higher dex? Smalls, I know you have a plus 2. Allie, what do you have?
I'm
Wales,
the,
what do you have?
I'm the end of that train. I got a plus.
End of
one.
Okay.
+2.
Plus 2. Allie and Smalls, roll me just a quick d20. It's rollies. Who goes first?
The one who can throw the hatchet at the enemy harder.
12.
5.
Ah.
12. All right, so Smalls. Drew. Chiron. All right.
I've got a sling.
1 to 10.
Yeah, it should be. I have 9, so I should be next, and then Monroe with a 6.
Yeah, I have 6.
And Drum with a 4.
All right.
Can't save you, Maddie. You're on your own. Good luck.
Yeah,
I got
thanks,
a 15.
thanks,
I got a
Abby.
15. Can I throw my sling? Can I sling my sling?
Yeah, choose Maddie or Smalls. Oh hell yeah, Maddie.
All right. And with
The one
that,
who
we are
can't
up
be
at,
lifted.
with that, we are up at the top of the initiative. Abby, you are first. What are you doing?
Blade.
Whipblade? Okay, they are
Whipblade.
within. At this point, they're only 10 feet away from. They're about 20 feet away from you. If you want to close the distance, you can still. They're about 10 feet up in the air at this point.
Okay. I am gonna do that.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me go that first.
Morb, you're on deck.
That is a 17 plus 5.
That definitely hits.
Okay, so it's a 1d4 plus 3. Where's my d4? Why do I always lose my d4? Oh, there it is. That is a 4 plus 3, so 7 damage.
Okay. 7 damage. Excellent.
And then I'm going to use my action surge and do it
Nice.
again.
Excellent.
And I'm gonna, the whole time I'm doing this, be like, let him go! Let him go! That
Let him
is
go.
16 plus 5, so 21.
Definitely hits. Roll me your damage.
3 plus 3, 6 damage.
6 damage. All right. As you swing out with your whip blade elegantly, as you're whipping at these things and you're slicing it, you just make enough damage to the one that is holding him on his left-hand side, slicing at the wing. It does not lose altitude, but it definitely lets go. Maddie, wakening up to all of this thing, manages to shuffle himself free and falls 10 feet to the deck. Maddie, you take approximately... You take 3 points of bludgeoning damage as you fall to the
Can I
deck.
use,
But you are...
actually, no, never mind. I'm gonna wait.
But
Can
you
Can I have any type of acrobatics check or anything to roll into it?
Not at this point. You're not at
No
this point. You're
parkour?
good. You're just waking up. So at this point, you take the damage.
Balls.
3
As
points of
small as
bludgeoning damage.
I was right underneath him, or right near him. Am I able to try to catch him?
Not for this first round, as everybody's waking up. He will take the 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, with that, to keep in mind, it's going to take 10 points of damage to knock somebody free if this happens again. Just keep that in your mind. All right, Morb, you're up. Moppy, did you have anything else left? Sorry.
No, that's it.
Okay, Morb, you are up. Xena, you're on deck. Be ready.
Okay.
Sorry, he
Or-
needs me to swap with him. I'm holding something.
Okay.
Okay, go for it.
Oh. Hold it.
Okay. I just wanted to see if it was. Okay.
Oh, it's about to get loud.
Oh no.
What's going on?
What are they holding? Guys, you can't put us on mute after you said hold it. We need
Xena, go
Yeah,
ahead.
what?
Xena, go ahead and take your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna
Sorry.
sling.
Care what they say.
We're closing the garage, so I had to.
You good?
Yes, we are
Okay,
good.
Go ahead. Morb, you're up.
Okay, so I would be up near the top by the captain's quarters.
Okay.
And so, how close are they to me?
Approximately from that distance, about 60 feet. It is 30. It is 30 feet per level, basically, from one end to the other. Then you could add an additional 30 feet to get from the far tippy ends. So it's about 120 feet from running from one end of the ship to the other. So if you're up at the third level by the captain's quarters, you are 60 feet from where they are at on the first level.
Okay, I'm gonna move up 20 feet.
Okay.
And then as I do that, you guys are gonna see me unroll the stick that I had. And I'm gonna let's see. With that, this is what it would look like. And I'm gonna pull that out, and I'm going to shoot the one closest to me.
Go for it.
Oh shit! What's that?
Yeah, what?
Hell yes.
Oh my gosh.
That is a 9 plus 5, 14 to hit.
14 hits.
Okay. So it's 1d12 plus 3 damage. Ooh, that's a 12.
Nice.
So
15?
15 damage.
All right. This massive blast rings out as this new intricate flintlock that Morb has managed to craft for himself. As this thing rings out with a giant clack, and it's this cindering and this clackle of fire and magic as it just brims out from this shot, fires across the bow of the ship and just nails this creature square in the chest, and it comes tumbling down to the top of the ship on deck. All right, it is still very much alive, but it is definitely hurt.
That's the end of my turn.
All right.
So are there two? There's
There are-
two. Does one still have a hold of him?
Nope, he managed to fling himself free. So there are two of them.
Oh yeah,
but
he hit the deck. Sorry.
Yep. You're good. All right, Xena, you're up.
Okay, so I'm gonna. Okay, so are both of them down or one still flying?
One's still flying, one's on the deck.
Okay, so I'm gonna aim at the one flying. I'm gonna use my sling of giant felling.
Go for it.
What? I got a 6. What does that mean?
That's the damage.
That's your
not
damage.
the
You need to
actual
roll to hit
damage.
first, Mom.
Oh,
The number to the left, real quick. Hit DC.
13.
13 hits. You hit for 6 damage.
Yeah.
Very nice. This one is. And you aim for the one that's flying.
Yes.
All right. Very nice. Anything else? It's still very much so flying, but it took that hit square. It took that hit square to the wing. It's definitely like stuttering a little bit, but it's definitely flapping its little heart out, trying to get higher and higher and higher.
But I can only attack once with that.
Yes, you can. Only once.
So, shoot. It's up in the air, but I can't use my stones.
That's your attack. Do you have anything you want to use for a bonus action?
What do I have for bonus? What do I have for bonus? Shoot. I'm looking. What's a bonus action I can use? Help me. Somebody help me.
You can move, or you have Shillelagh.
You have Shillelagh, but you already used your action to attack, so you have Healing Word if you wanted to use that. And you also have your, but at this point you also have your Spirit Totem.
My spirit totem? Wait, what?
All right, we'll come back to that. That's your turn for right now.
Okay, but I can use my healing action on Maddie, right?
If you want to.
Okay, so I'm gonna do healing if I can find it. Where's healing action? Shit, I'm totally lost. Sorry. What am I looking for?
It's under your spells, Mom.
When you scroll over past inventory.
Healing word.
There you go.
Okay. Healing word.
Yeah.
Maddie!
My girl.
Aw, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that my cast?
Just hit
You
the
heal him
1d.
for 7.
There you go. Perfect. Maddie, you're healed for
Yeah.
7 points of damage.
Yay.
Girl, heck yeah. Thank you.
All right, Mom. That's your action. That is your bonus action. That is your turn. And just as you begin to cast this healing magic and kind of heal up the wounds and straighten everything out, as Maddie hits the deck and he's kind of waking up and stumbling across, 2 more of these creatures are going to descend from the sky and they're going to land and they're going to go straight. And they're actually going straight for Maddie again. That is the prey that has been picked out. So, Maddie.
Let's go.
Does a 19 hit you?
Hold on, let me double. Yeah, it does.
And the other one is a 9. I'm assuming a 9 does not.
9's a miss.
Okay. As both do not hit you, they cannot pick you up. So we're going to go to the damage. And yeah, okay. Just got to remember what this is. You take approximately. You take 6 points of piercing damage as these 2 descend from the sky and attempt to grapple you. One of them misses their strike and it kind of descends or ascends 10 feet up into the air as the other one quickly follows behind it. There are now 3 up in the air, 1 on the ground. Smalls, you are up.
Damn.
Drew, you're on deck.
Well, I'm just gonna, stand up, take a swing with my hammer at the one that's currently on the deck. Try to take
Okay.
at least one of them down.
All right, and you're sleeping on the first deck, I assuming. So go ahead and throw that attack.
There we go. Does 18 hit?
Oh, 18 definitely hits.
And 10 for damage.
10. As you swing your mallet down and you crush this thing, it is just fracturing its wing. It is on death's door. It is scrambling as best as it can, clawing and moving its wings, using its talon feet as it tries to scramble away towards the edge of the boat. Got a bonus action or anything you want to do?
Not currently.
Okay. Drew, you're up. Kyron, you're on deck.
Noted.
I want to hit the one closest to me with Shillelagh.
You just attacking the one on the ground then? The one that's trying to
Sure.
scamper away? Okay, go for it.
Well,
Shillelagh,
does the 7 hit?
7 does not hit, unfortunately.
Cool.
That is your bonus in your attack. Got
Yep.
anything else?
Is he on
Nope.
the ground?
One is on the ground, the other 3 are up in the air about 10 feet. He is prone, so you do get an
That's
attack with advantage.
So she gets to roll again.
Roll again. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
I am the cleric to help my homies.
Well, that's a 23.
Ow.
Oh, shit.
23 definitely hits.
That'll be for 10 points of damage.
10 points will do it. As you kind of swing this thing, as you channel your shillelagh back into it, you notice that your hand, where the black fingertips are, the mark, it starts to ascend or descend, however you want to choose it, past your palms ever so slightly, over the top of your hand, moving towards your forearm. As you channel this magic into it, it also blackens your staff ever so slightly, has this strange kind of fungi smell to it. As you crack this thing over the skull and just splitting its head wide open, it is deader than a doornail. It is done. There are still 3 up in the air.
They're multiplying.
Okay, Kyron, you're up. Maddie, you're on deck.
I am assuming 120 foot is enough range to attempt to assault them.
Absolutely. They're up in the air, only about 10 feet. You should either be on the first deck or up on the second, so you're within 60 feet depending on how you want to move.
Hey, I don't plan. I'm just gonna use guided bolt because I'm not gonna try to go fetch my spear out of the ocean. Fuck that idea. Does the dirty 20 hit?
Dirty 20 definitely hits.
Okay, I have to now find 4d6.
Damn.
You know, I'm just gonna click the button because I don't feel like finding 4d6 right now.
Go for it.
Yeah, really.
It's radiant damage if that matters. 12 damage.
As you cast this guiding bolt, and it launches from your hands almost like almost like this baseball launching over it kind of cracks through the air and kind of parts the fog ever so slightly. Smacks this thing square in the chest. This radiant light burns away at it, knocking tons of feathers off of it, and it almost loses its balance up in the air. It doesn't appear that the radiant damage had any kind of major effect, but that's still a good chunk of damage to it.
So until my next turn, the next attack roll made against it will be at advantage.
Very nice. Okay, keep that in mind. All right, Kyron, as you finish up that, do you have anything else?
Did anyone else get hit with? Maddie got hit again, correct?
He did get
Yes.
struck again, yes.
Awesome. We can't do that because I cast a normal spell, so I can't use bonus healing word because it's also a level 1 spell. That'll be everything for now.
Okay. As you finish up that spell, another set just begins to descend from the sky and just starts collapsing. And it lands on top of the deck and just starts screeching and clawing. They are all after Maddie. This is the prey that has been selected, that has been blooded. Maddie, they're going to take 2 more swipes at you. First one is a 10. The other one is a 15.
Both miss.
Both miss. Hell yes. As you're on to this thing at this point. You kind of deftly stance out of the way and get up on your feet, and you're using your monk abilities. You kind of just duff out of the way of these nasty claws coming your way. But as they do both miss, you up here just through the thick of the fog. You hear that same laughter from where there are now 5 harpies in play. Well, 5 creatures. Sorry, but Maddie, you're up. Monroe, you're on deck.
So there's 2 on the deck right now and 5 in the air?
Yep. Yes. No, sorry. There are 3 in the air, 2 on the deck.
Are the 2 on the deck on me? So if I move, it's going to do an attack of opportunity, or are they far enough away I can move?
Those 2 were within attacking distance of you. If you do move away from them, they will get attacks of opportunity. They are coming after you specifically.
Okay, I will just do an attack on one of them that's on me then, with my pole of angling, because I really believe that it can be used as a quarterstaff as well. So I'm hoping that is correct. We will find out. So I'll attack with that.
Go for it.
18.
18 definitely hits. Roll me your damage.
Is it quarterstaff damage or is it different?
It is quarterstaff damage at this point.
It'll be 7 damage to the one that's I hit.
Nice.
And then since I know that I'm getting shit on right now, my bonus action, I'm going to use a key point to do the patient defense, which is it gives me the dodge action for my bonus action.
Hell yes. And that gives you advantage or gives you like a +5?
It's advantage, or anyone attacking me is at disadvantage.
Beautiful. Love it. All right. You do notice as you take this pole of angling, and it's not so much that it transforms into a quarterstaff, but it also, as soon as you go to move it beyond something something like you were fishing with it, that deft and like dexterous movements as you would be for fishing, as you almost like start to use this thing for combat, it gains this almost strange rigidity to it, the strange amount of strength, as if you can crack this thing over a brick wall and it's not going to break. You do notice that.
Awesome. And I with the one hit too, just for some flavor, I have Crusher, so it knocks him back 5 feet.
Beautiful.
So, that's fun.
Okay.
All right, that's it.
All right, Monroe, you are up. Drum, you're on deck.
All right. Let's find out what this handy dandy crossbow can do at one of the creatures in the sky.
Okay.
12.
12 hits.
Monroe, is
It does?
Is that the one that was already hurt, or is that a different one?
I would assume it'd be one that's already hit in the air.
Yeah, I'm doing these in groups, so if you want to go after that one, it'll be the one that's already hit, so it's fine.
Okay. I would assume.
I'm keeping it as simple as possible, so yeah, it's fine. Go for that one.
7 damage.
7, very nice. It is definitely looking hurt. Go for it. As you crossbow, this is the first time.
Attack again. It was at advantage to see if it crits.
Oh, is that advantage?
It'll be at advantage because of guiding bolt.
This is.
Oh yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, the 12 was my highest one.
Okay. 7 damage. All right. As you bring out so that's the one that's flying. That's the ones that are up in the air. This is the first time you're using this hand crossbow. As you kind of it almost feels natural in your hand. You have your blade in one hand, your crossbow in another, but you kind of just deftly do this stance. You aim and fire all in one fluid motion. It feels like this is something that you've done 1,000 times before, but it's just bam! You nail this thing right in the wings. It is definitely hurt bad. All right, Drum, you're up.
All right. So I'm on the bottom deck with Maddie and Smalls. I am going to just casually walk over to where Maddie is, grumbling the whole time about how he always starts fights and we just want a peaceful night's sleep. And I'm just going to sigh and go into rage.
You're such a dick.
This is your fault. And then I will use my great axe to attack one of the ones that's on the ground, whatever's injured.
There's only one on the ground. It's just within distance for you, so you're good.
Sounds good. Does a 21 hit?
21 definitely hits.
That was
all right.
Saying
that is 12 damage.
12 damage. As you descend your axe down on this thing, you're almost like pinning it to the deck of the ship as your axe splinters into the deck, into the splinters the wood ever so slightly. This thing is pinned. It is screeching at the top of his lungs. It is angry, but it's still just ever so slightly alive.
All right, and that is my turn.
Beautiful. And just as you finish that, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
I can do that. Is it against a threat I can see, or is it just...
Unfortunately, it is not against a threat you can see.
All right, then it is 17.
17. Nice. As all of a sudden, two more descend from the skies and attempt to like grasp onto your shoulders. And they, as your barbarian senses kick in, and it's almost like you know there's danger all around you. You are prepared. You are ready. You are small enough that these things just miss you as they fly over, and they are now just ever so slightly 10 feet above your head.
+2. All right, got it.
Okay, but they are, after their failed attempt to take a swipe or to pick you up, they are going to take a swipe at you. Shit. First one is an 11. The other one is a 2.
All right, both of those miss.
Nice.
Correct.
The pure might of my tiny fury.
Hell yes. All right.
You're just fine.
With that, the ship's mate, Morgan, she immediately wakes up and starts scrambling across the deck. She runs past all of you off to the right-hand side of the ship, and she immediately pulls off this large tarp and throws it off to the side, and revealing this massive ballista that is off to the right-hand side, with a whole host of these large harpoons, look like massive javelins. One's already ready to pull it and ready to go. She swings this back around, and she's going to take a fight. She's going to take a shot at the one that is one of the ones that is flying that just attacked Drum. She hits with a 17. These things, now keep in mind, these do, sorry, let me check my notes. Yeah, okay. I gotta find this real quick.
Devil's breath. She shot the devil's breath.
As she swings around with this ballista and fires it towards one of the ones that just attacked Drum, she deals 16 points of piercing damage, and she fires this thing as it sails across the deck and just nails this thing square in the gut, and it falls to the deck. That one is also now on the ground. But you do notice that she has to scramble away as she moves away from the ballista and begins grabbing another harpoon and begins loading it. You all get the impression that this is going to take her a full round to load this thing. As everything is going on, all of a sudden you can hear from up the top, Captain Alexander opens up a window and goes, "Huh?" and then closes the window and goes back to steering the ship.
What did he say?
Harpies.
Yeah, I missed that too. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, I think this headset cuts out whenever I do like loud things.
Harpies.
Harpies.
Yeah.
All right. The one that is scrambling now, the one that has been definitely hurt, is going to take a swing, and it's going to go after Smalls. You're within range. It's going to go after you. 14. Does that hit?
Yeah.
All right. It does a grand total of 7 points of slashing damage to you. As it tears into your meat, into the meat of your thigh.
I would like to use something actually, if I can, if it's
Go
not
for
too
it.
late.
Nope, it's a reaction, I believe, for that.
It is indeed. Is he within 30 feet of me?
Yeah, you're on the first deck. He's within 30 feet of you.
Okay, cool. Let me roll a d6 plus 2 real quick.
Go for it.
That is a 5, 6, 7, so he doesn't take any damage.
Nice. Go ahead and describe for the group what exactly you're doing here.
Okay, so when I see the harpy going for Smalls, when it's supposed to connect, Smalls, you would recognize it as that same energy that was kind of coming off of me when we were fighting before. But it's kind of like this blue kind of psionic vibe that comes forward, and it like mimics the same motion that it would as if it were still hurting you, but nothing actually happens to you.
Cool. Well, thank you.
Mm,
Hell yes.
hell yeah. Hoorah.
All right. And with that, Smalls, you take no damage. You shrug this thing off. You're ready for this thing to tear into your flesh, but there's nothing happening. And just like, right, I'll take that all day long. All of a sudden, you saw all of you throughout this thick, dense fog. You start to hear. It's no longer the laughter. It's this sweet sound of singing.
What?
And I need everybody to make a wisdom saving throw.
Crap. Harpies!
Literally.
I don't like that. Okay.
And
Small's got
wisdom.
an
Dexterity?
Where's wisdom?
Wisdom saving
Wisdom.
throw. You'll click
Got
your
Oh shit!
The barbarians cannot be seduced.
I only have 6.
That's right, Drum.
I have
much
magic
biology, right?
resistance. Does this count as a magic?
This does count as no, this actually is an ability, not a spell. So no, you do not get advantage on this.
It's
Dang.
racial, not magical.
Yes, this is this is an ability, not a spell. Good looking.
Maddie is seduced.
I got a 10.
Anybody that rolled an 11 or lower, you are now charmed.
Oh crap!
Yay.
I think that's the whole team except the barbarians.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
With that is the action. Avi, you're up. Are you charmed?
I am not charmed.
Excellent. You are up. What is your movement?
You
Or what is your
thinking.
action?
Okay, so there's one still trying, or there's some trying to get Maddie still. One
Yes.
attacking, or 2 attacking Drum, and then
2 attacking Maddie, 2 attacking Drum, and there's still 1 on the ground badly hurt in front of Smalls.
okay. I'm gonna let Smalls take care of that one. I am going to help Drum. No, actually, I'm gonna help Maddie. I feel bad. I am going to. I'm gonna use Psionic Strike.
Nice.
Let's see. Let me look at that. That is a natural 20.
Oh, hell yes.
That is
It
a
is.
natural 20.
It is. That's cool.
So you take you take full damage from the first swing. You will roll an
Okay.
additional, add them together, and then double it.
So it's a 1d6 plus 2. So the full 6 and then another 6.
12. You will double it to 24 plus your 2. So 26
Okay,
damage.
so
Which one are you? And which ones are you attacking? The ones that were going after Maddie?
Yes.
Beautiful. On a 26 damage, you elegantly whip this thing around as if you're just like dancing with a ribbon, and you shred one of these harpies to pure ribbons as feathers and gore and everything just like splatter in this like display of sinew and blood as it splatters across the deck. Just as that, the blade of your whip blade manages to whip around and do a couple slices to the other one as it's in flight. One is very, very dead. The other one is very, very hurt.
Okay. I already used my action surge, so I can't do that.
Now, did you add your? Now, does that with adding your psionic attack? Did you say you wanted to do that?
Yeah. So when my psionic has its own damage and its own hit dice.
Okay, so it's its own attack.
Yeah.
It's not in addition to your normal attack.
No. I think if I do the psionic strike, oh no. Yeah, no, they're 2 different things.
Okay, that's fine. Is that your attack? Do you have anything bonus you want to do?
Just for flavor, I'm gonna kind of like put myself like between the other harpy and Maddie as like a you want him, you get through me kind of thing.
Beautiful, loving it.
And just
All right,
I am
I'll be
already
positioned
there. Hold on. All right, Abby, we're shoulder to shoulder then. I was already there.
Morb, you are up. Were you charmed? Xena, you're on deck.
Okay.
I was not. I got a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. All right. You're good to go.
I am going to shoot. Actually, how many are left?
There's still the one in front of Smalls. There is still the one in front of Maddie. There are the two that are attacking that did go after Rum, and there are still two more up in the air.
I'm going to shoot one of the ones in the air.
Okay, which one do you want to go after? The ones that are going after Drum or the other ones?
I'm going to go after the other ones.
Okay, go for it.
That is a 7.
7 unfortunately does not hit.
Oof.
You crack you as your flintlock cracks again. Is this propellant of magical ammunition fires across, and it fires wide and goes off into the river behind it.
Darn. That's the end of my turn.
All right, Xena, were you charmed?
I was.
You immediately start moving 30 feet towards the music. Now, you were at the center of the ship on the first, so I'm going to say that you are starting to move left. With 30 feet, you are now at the edge of the ship. On your next turn, if your charm is not broken, you will go overboard.
Oh, so what do I do?
You can do nothing.
Ah,
I hate
Here.
that. You can do nothing.
nothing.
All right. One of the last ones that is badly hurt, the ones that's going after Maddie. Maddie, it is Xena. You have, Albie, you have positioned yourself between yourself and Maddie, and it is pissed. You have just killed one of its. You have just killed one of its mates, or one of its one of its friends, I guess you could say. It's going to take a swing at you, and that is a 16 to hit.
No.
Beautiful. As this thing's claw descends, and you're able to position yourself in just case it's swipe, you put your blade up between it and its claws, and just stop it. Dead in its tracks. Nothing.
Sorry,
Smalls.
who was that creature going for?
It was going after. It was attacking Abby.
Avi, okay.
Smalls, you're up. Drew, you're on deck. Smalls, were you charmed? I don't believe you were. Nope, you're good. Go for it.
Yep. I'm just gonna finish off the one that is hurting in front of me.
Oh, he's on the ground. Swing or attack at advantage.
Yeah, we don't need that. But just for funsies. 24.
Good. At that, just tell me how you killed this thing. Your minimum damage is going to take this thing out.
Okay. Then it's just gonna be, I don't want the blood on the ship. We're gonna basically golf swing this thing out into the water.
You Tiger Woods, this fucker, and you just hear this this lovely little screech as you kind of hit this thing across the chest, and it sends it sailing a couple by 20, 30 feet out as the ship is still moving forward, and it just hits the water with this nice little splash.
There we go.
There is nothing else. Anything else?
Nothing that I can do at this point.
Drew, you were charmed.
Actually, can I
go
move?
ahead.
I see. Is Xena on the first deck?
Yep, she's on the first deck with you.
She's
So-
gonna go.
Yeah, I'm gonna move towards her to try and stop her because I'm seeing that she's just walking at the edge. So I'm gonna move to try and grab her to make sure she doesn't fall.
Unfortunately, you've already used your action for this turn, so you cannot grab
You
her.
can't move?
You can
Oh.
move, but you can't.
No,
grab
I'm just trying to move towards
Yeah.
her.
Oh yeah, you can definitely. You'll be right up next to her, but you can't grab her just yet.
Okay.
Drew, you were
Yeah.
charmed.
Mm-hmm.
Same as Xena. You begin moving your way towards the sound of this music. There's nothing else you can do. You begin moving to the right side of the ship, and you move your way. You are up against the railing. On your next turn, if not stopped, you will go over the edge.
Okay.
Tyron, you're up.
Yeah,
Were
I
you
was
charmed?
Charmed, and I'm pretty sure I have enough movement to just go off the edge.
I'll let you pick, left or right.
Oh, jeez.
Left.
As you move left, your horse-like appendages just kind of clamper over the railing as you go ass over tea kettle, falling in, and you hit the water with a giant splash.
Oh, Karen.
Oh!
I shouldn't be laughing, but this is visually funny as shit in my head.
And that's your movement. And that's your action. The last set of the harpies that are up in the air, the undamaged set. Abby, you have definitely made yourself a target. You have made it clear that you are a threat. They are going to go after you.
Fuck you bitches. Go for it.
You
Fuck
got this.
these bitches.
First one is 19, the other one is a 16.
Only one of them hits.
Only one hits. All right. That is 7 points of slashing damage from the claws.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Maddie, were you charmed?
I want to make it known I'm not happy that no one attacked me after I used my patient defense. But with that being said, yes, I'm charmed.
Mother.
I'll let you move right with Allie. You are now up against the railing.
Yeah, we are.
Monroe, you're up.
I'm charmed.
Left or right?
Oh, jeez. Left.
Moving left, you are now up with Xena as you are looking out over the edge, and you see Kyron down there just gently splashing into the water as the ship begins to continue chugging forward and forward and forward.
Can I make doggy paddle motions with my hands?
Swim! Karen, swim!
You know what's funny? Is I could still flip you off while paddling.
Oh, I love that scene in my head. Okay, I'm documenting.
All right.
Drum, you are up.
Drum is up. So I am going to take a deep breath, understanding that Abby's being attacked directly next to me, but knowing that the harpies are focused on her. And Maddie has just walked away to leave Abby to her doom. I am going to try and pinpoint where the singing is coming from.
Make me a perception check. At disadvantage because you are in thick ass fog.
Damn it. All right, let's
You can only see about 10, 20 feet in front of you, give or take.
All right, so it's a 5. My first roll was decent for me, which is a 10, but I don't think it's enough. So, at a 5.
Of course.
It's somewhere out
of course,
it's somewhere
you're
out there in that fog.
Hold on, let's see. I guess my best bet. I have Xena and Monroe on the left and Maddie and Drew on the right, correct?
Yes.
I seriously hope 2 of these guys can swim. All right, I am going to use my movement to go over to the right, and I'm going to attempt to wake one of them up, throw one of them. I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do here.
Okay. You want to shake one of them awake, slap them around a little?
Yeah.
Do you want to slap them or do you just want to shake them?
I definitely want to slap them. Particularly Drew on this one because he was acting really weird. So
roll me your hand at your punching damage real quick. We'll say it automatically hits.
All right. Roll the damage. It is. Oh, really? Okay, it's just a flat 4.
And you're also raging, so does it make it 6?
That does make it 6.
Drew, you take 6 points of damage and you are immediately knocked out of your charm.
Okay.
Stop being weird.
Love it.
The fuck, bro?
Love that.
Get weirder.
Stop being weird. And
Wait, how many
since I
points
don't
of
have-
damage?
6.
6.
Okay.
I did forget about this though. As you move away, the harpies were within range of you, the ones that were attacking you, so they get 2 attacks of opportunity as you move away.
That's perfect. Go for it.
First one's an 18, second one's a 4.
All right, so 18 hits.
18 hits. You take 3
I'm using my
points.
reaction again on that one.
You want to use your reaction on this one?
Yeah, it's fine. I'm raging.
Yeah.
We've got this.
He's raging.
Okay. All right.
Last
I'll let
time-
him be.
Okay, last time I questioned it. All right, so you take 3 points of slashing damage, half to 1.
All right.
Already. The last reaction was the previous round.
I can.
No, I haven't
Alright.
used it yet.
So
And with
Alright.
that, because you moved out of their range, you managed to shake Drew awake, but they very much still have you. They very much still have your attention, or you have their attention. They're going to go after you.
I'm perfectly okay with that. And that'll be your turn.
That that's a 19 and a 17.
19 and a 17.
Mhm.
Both of those hit. Let's go for it.
They
Yes,
actually
they do.
do not do any damage to you. Instead, they pick you up.
Oh.
Absolutely rude. Okay.
Oh no!
As they both, if both of them hit you, they manage to pick you up, and they hoist you
Damn it.
10 feet up in the air. But that's all the
Alright.
farther they can get with this round. You are now considered grappled. Any attacks you make against them will be a disadvantage, but you are 10 feet up in the air.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
All right. That is their move. With that, we're going to move on to Morgan. She quickly abandons the ballista, seeing that one of your teammate, one of the individuals that she has been entrusted with keeping safe has gone overboard. She is going to dash to the other side of the ship, and she's going to immediately pull back the other another tarp, revealing yet another ballista and set of harpoons. But you also notice around this one there are a large set of nets that seem to be designed for fishing or something along those lines. And she is immediately going to grab the net and throw it over and try to loop onto Chiron. Chiron, you are approximately 10 feet. You are not past the ship just yet, but on 15 she manages to catch you. You are now netted.
That's a funny scene.
Yay! I'm still holding
Giant
up both
horseman
middle
in
fingers,
it.
but yay.
Nothing but net.
Big
On
horn,
your-
Nothing but net.
On your turn, you can attempt to return to the ship. It will be an athletics check at disadvantage, and you will be moving at half your half your movement speed. So for you right now, it would be you would have to take half of it would take you approximately 20 feet to get back onto the ship, to get back to the ship and back over the edge. At 25, you will be able to if you manage to make the athletics check.
Correct.
All right.
Hey, leave my Greek myth out of this.
All right. And with that, we are moved up back to the top of the round, and all of a sudden you hear just that one more cackle across the sky. Abby,
Yeah.
you feel this deep-seated burn in your chest, and all of a sudden you feel something as if it's like seared into you, and and you are hexed. And a little mark is burned right into the center of your carapace, right into the center of your chest. You now have disadvantage on all wisdom saving throws.
My boobies.
And
Baby bee.
that is a 23 and a 17 to hit.
Oh, they both hit.
They both hit. With that, you take approximately. Oh, where's my tens? Where you at?
Is she lifted now?
Nope. This is something different.
Oh. Oh, snap.
You take 14 points of bludgeoning damage, and you are knocked 20 feet to the right.
Oh, Abby.
Okay.
You are not prone. You managed to get yourself back up, but you are very close to the edge.
I'm on the edge of glory.
And with that, Abby, it's your
Okay.
turn. Oh, sorry. I actually
Okay.
forgot to add something. You take an additional 4 points of necrotic damage.
Fuck, I'm down.
From the hex.
Necrotic. Oh, sheesh.
You still have your
I'm
reaction, don't you?
Oh, can I use my reaction on myself?
I don't see why not.
Oh, hell yeah, I'll do that.
I gotta quit helping you.
6. I love and appreciate you. I rolled a 6. I'm gonna add to it again too.
I believe it's a +2, yeah. So you said it.
The necrotic
Okay.
is you cannot resist the necrotic, but you can resist the bludgeoning damage. So if you wanted to reject 6 from that, you can.
Cool.
You still up?
Yes, I am.
All right. It's your turn.
It's 6 + 2, so I have 8. Owie. Okay, I'm going to use my bonus action first for second wind. So let me do that real quick. Because Jeepers Creepers. Is it 7, 8, 9, 10? I get another 10 back. Thank the Lord. Okay. Can I see where that came from?
You can make me a perception check if you want. At disadvantage because you're in the fog. I'll give you a free check then.
I hate that. Okay.
Let you try.
Beautiful.
Okay, so I rolled an 11. Do you want me to roll at disadvantage?
You're rolling at disadvantage because it's in fog.
Okay. That is a 10. Plus. Where's my perception? So I got an 11.
On an 11, given the
Yeah.
you can't quite pinpoint exactly where it came from, but given the direction in which you were thrown, you can tell that it's in the opposite direction of where you were thrown.
Okay.
So you were thrown to the right side of the ship. It's on the left side of the ship.
That's weird.
Okay.
Okay. Morb, you're up. Xena, you're on deck.
Okay.
Does she not have a pen?
My action was doing the perception check.
Oh,
No, I'm sorry. You can't. That was a free check. I'll give you. You hadn't used your action yet.
Oh. Okay, cool. Then I will I'm gonna move a little closer back towards the left to try to see anything that I can attack over there with my whip blade.
Okay. You can go after the one that is going after. The one that's going after Maddie is badly hurt and on the ground. There are still 2 up in the air randomly that have not been attacked. And there's another one or 2 that are still going after Drum.
Okay. As I'm making my way to the left, I am also gonna let everybody else know around me that there's another one on the left.
Okay.
You said that there's one by Maddie that's on the floor, you said? And then there's some by Drum?
Yes, there's still 1 going after Maddie. There are 2 up in the air that are not attacking anybody in particular, and then there's 2 going after Drum.
Okay.
Okay. I'm on the ground. I'm gonna help Drum real quick with one of those while I make my way to the left.
Okay.
That is a 13 plus 5. So 18 total.
18 hits.
Cool. That is 3 plus 3, 6 damage.
All in total. All right. 1 is definitely on death's door as it hits the ground. The other one is still very much so flying about 10 feet above it. But they're both still alive.
Okay.
All right. Morb, you're up. Xena, you're on deck.
Do I get dropped?
Okay, let me mute.
Nope, you do not. Sorry. Well, actually, yes, because she knocked 1 to low enough health, you do drop. So you take 4 points of bludgeoning damage, halved to 2.
Understood. All right. Sweet.
Morb, you're up. Xena, you're on deck.
Okay.
All right. So since Abby let us know that there's one to the left, can I move over to try and see if I can see it?
Sure. You can make another perception. The fog is still very thick. It's starting to thin up a little bit, but it is a perception check at disadvantage if you want to try and see it.
Let me see. That is a 14 and a 16, so 17.
17. You can see that there is something off in that distance. Something is moving around left and right, up and down. It is still very much so in motion, but it is definitely obscured by that fog. If you were to take a shot at it, it would be a very difficult shot.
I'm gonna attempt it.
Okay. Roll me your attack at disadvantage, and just note that it is an automatic -5 to try and hit this thing because of the fog.
Okay. That's 2 18s. So it's 18.
18, unfortunately, minus the 5 does not hit.
I know it's a straight 18 because I didn't add my +5.
So you rolled a 23.
Yeah, it would have been a
You-
23
Twice.
but I didn't add the +5, so it would have just been a 5. 18.
Okay. 18 hits. Rolls your damage.
Yes. 1d12. That is 4 damage.
4 damage. As your shot rings out, all of a sudden you can see this thing screeches out, and you see a small puff of as your shot breaks through the fog. You hit something, but you're not quite sure if it was a good true shot. You definitely hit something though.
Is the singing still going?
It is definitely well. Yes, the singing is still going. Wait a second. Let me see here.
Because usually stuff like that is concentration.
Yep, I'm rolling it right now. It does hold concentration.
Damn. Okay. I know where the bastard is.
Yep, you've
Oh,
definitely
so
narrowed it down. You're
everything is
definitely narrowed it down. So if you were to take another shot next round at the same kind of thing, you will not be at disadvantage.
Cool. Okay. But it's still the -5, right?
Because if the fog is still there next round,
Yeah,
yes, it'll still be
yeah.
-5. You will just not be at
Okay.
disadvantage.
I don't have
Alright.
anything I can use as bonus action, so that's my turn.
All right. Xena, you are still charmed. It held its concentration. You go over the edge.
Oh,
You hit the water with a splash, and you are now 10, 20, 30. You were at the back of the ship. If you are still here in the water after the next round, you will be beyond where anybody can reach you.
and that's my turn.
That is your turn.
I can't
Oh.
speak to the fish to save me.
You're charmed, unfortunately. All right, with that, the last harpy that is still here on deck that is going after Maddie, it is between, Abby, you are still behind it. It is going to attempt to go after you again. That is a 14 to hit.
For me or Maddie?
Abby, you're still between Maddie and the harpy, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so no. Does that
that
hit?
does not hit.
All right.
No.
Swing through. You managed to block it yet again. Smalls is up. Mark had to break away. He's got to work in the morning, so he broke away. I'm going to have him actually go right to the ballista on the left-hand side. The one is loaded. I'm going to have him make a intelligence check. I'll use it on the app. Oop, where'd it go? Smalls, roll his intelligence. He rolls a 14, even with a -2. He knows how to operate this thing. With his military past, he has seen
Nice.
weapons like this and similar in the past. He swings this thing around, he loads it, he readies it, and he fires off to the left-hand side. Morb, seeing your shot off to the left hand and seeing that you struck something, he is ever so slightly closer. He is going to fire. What is his dex to hit? He only gets a. He only has a +1 to his dex. He just misses with this ballista shot as it fires out and fans out. But it does break apart the fog as this thing fires out. And all of you on the first deck of the ship can see this thing clearly now. This is this appears to be some kind of hag harpy. It has a massive collection of skulls around it, like a belt. Various leathers. It's not as nude or as exposed as some of its sistren that are flying out and attacking you now. This thing has a very witch-like look to it, a bit more olden, and the feathers are grayish and black, mixed with this kind of strange putrid green to it. This is the thing that has been firing at you, and this is the thing that is singing the song at this time. All right. That is his action. He is going to attempt to load it. Again, these things take a full round to load unless somebody helps. Drew, you were charmed. You go over the edge. You are now 30 feet behind the ship. Drew, actually, you there?
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought Drum snapped me out of it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
Drum did snap you out of that. I apologize. I forgot who he snapped out.
You guys left.
Drew,
Yeah.
you are. Sorry, you're up.
Did I see Xena go over?
You would definitely hear the splash. You may not have known because you were just charmed around the time. So I would say that you definitely know that somebody went over.
Trying to decide if I should save her or just do more violence. More violence. Do I have a harpy near me?
There's still the one that is attacking Maddie, so yeah, that one's within distance, and so is the one technically attacking Drum. It's like they're all really relatively close to you.
Great.
The one attacking Maddie is definitely hurt the worst, though, if that matters.
It does. I'm gonna hit that one with Shillelagh.
Okay,
Maybe.
go for it. Go for it. Take your attack. That is the one that is on the ground, so you're attacking with advantage.
Okay. Does a 9 hit?
A 9, unfortunately, does not hit.
An advantage?
Even on advantage. Did you roll twice?
Listen, yeah, I did. The other one was a 6.
You're still very much so in the stupor and snapping out of this thing, and especially after taking a drum punch right to the face, and you're a little bit stunned. You try to channel your magic. You swing wide as this thing manages to kind of slough out of the way ever so slightly as your staff doesn't find its purpose and just collapses. It just smacks right onto the deck of the ship. All right, that's your action. And your Chiron, you are up with the net that managed to hit you. You can go ahead and make your opposed. You can make an athletics check. It is a DC 15 on athletics, and then if you do make it, you can use your movement to get up or to climb up onto the ship.
Athletics, hey. And that is a 12. That is not a success.
Okay. You manage to scamper up ever so slightly onto the into the netting. You're not able to find your footing. Unfortunately, you can't climb up. But on your next attempt, if you are attempting to climb up, it will not be a disadvantage, and the DC is lower.
Understood.
All right. The two that are up in the air, they are going to. Drum. Seeing that the other ones are attacking you, they are going to go after you and attempt to gang up all on you.
All right, let's do this.
Okay. That is a 21 and a 16.
Okay, those both hit. Back in the air.
You are back in the air. You are 10 feet back up in the air. You now have 4 in your immediate area.
Right. They know I'm handsome.
Yeah, they're definitely drawn to you. Maddie, you're up. Monroe, you're on deck.
I go over the edge, charmed. I don't think anyone touched me at all.
Nope. You are now 30 feet back. On your next turn, if nobody gets you, you will be away from the ship.
I sure am.
Monroe.
Overboard.
Overboard, 30 feet back. Drum, you're up.
What can I do while I'm grappling in the air?
Attack at disadvantage if you want. Or you can use an opposed athletics check to try and get away.
And that would use my action though. Let's see. Shoot. The harpy, but I don't think that'll happen. So I will go with the athletics check.
Okay. Roll me that athletics check. Do you get advantage on those because you're raging? Or is it just strength checks?
Strength rolls. Attack rolls. Nope, just strength.
All right. You have to beat a 13.
I have a 16.
Beautiful. You are dropped. You take 3 points of bludgeoning damage, half to 1. As you hit to the deck, as you fall to the deck of the ship once again. Okay. Any bonuses or anything?
Is anybody on the ship still charmed?
Maddie is overboard. Monroe is overboard. Xena is overboard. No, that's everybody that has been charmed is overboard.
Okay, and that was my action.
There is still a net on the right-hand side. You will take 4 attacks of opportunity if you move to the net.
All right. I am going to move to the net.
Okay.
See what we got.
All right.
Raging drum.
Raging
Forget
Drum.
about things around him. Just goes to objective.
First attack is a 4 and a 15.
15 hits.
15 hits. Next two. Ooh. That is a 13 and a nat 20.
All right. 20 hits, 13 does not.
Not. So we have one standard attack that hit. That is 7 points of slashing damage, halved to 3.
All right.
This is. That is a. Hang on a second. It's 2, 8 plus the. Okay, plus the extra. That is 5, 13. That is going to be full damage plus the additional roll doubled. It's 13 to 26, so you take 13 slashing damage.
15 slashing damage, so 16 in total. I am still standing.
Beautiful.
Do I take a critical injury because I got critted?
No, it's only if you get knocked down by. If you only get knocked to 0 by a crit.
Oh, okay. Cool. Then I am still standing, relatively pissed off, grumbling about all these bitches that can't keep their hands off me, and going towards the net, and that is my turn.
Okay. With that, we're going to move on. That is the second set of Harpies is up. Since you have left their immediate area, they are going to go after... Who was helping you attack them? Was that Maddie?
I think it was Abby.
Abby. They're going to go after you, Abby.
I
That is a 17 and a 15.
only one of them hits.
Only one hits. All right. You take... that is 6 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Still up?
Yep.
Beautiful. All right, that's their turn. Morgan, she has used the net on the left-hand side. She is immediately going to load the ballista on the left-hand side for Smalls. He can now take the attack on his next turn. All right, one more time. You hear that. And 2 more bolts are going to ring out, and Abby, they're coming right at you again.
Okay.
That is a 12 and a 15.
Nope.
Beautiful. Swings wide as both of these things bam, bam, hit the deck, and she misses wide, and she is immediately pissed off, and she flies up into the air and disappears thicker into the fog. She's now higher in the air. Abby, you're up.
Is she the last one?
Nope, there's still one alive that is attacking, looks like Maddie. There are still the 2 up in the air that are unharmed, and the 2 left in the air. Or the 2 that were attacking Drum. 5 left in total.
If I were to fly up, would any of them get advantage on me?
The 2 that were attacking you, yes, there are 2 that would get 2 advantage attacks on you.
Mm. No, it's not worth it. I'm just going to attack them back.
Okay, you can attack those. One is very, very, very much so on death's door. The other one's looking pretty good.
Okay, the one that's looking pretty good, I'm actually going to do that one.
Okay.
And I would like to use the psionic force, I think.
Okay.
Actually, no. I'm going to do just the regular one with my whip blade.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a 14 plus 5. That's a 19?
Definitely hits.
Ooh. And that is a 4 plus 4 plus 3.
So
11 damage.
11 total. That is excellent. These guys are a paired bunch. So if you attack one, you're basically attacking the other. You immediately shred the one that is on death's door, and just like a splue of feathers and blood as it begins to coat across the ship. But the other one is starting to. It took a nasty hit. But the other one that was badly hurt, it's done.
Cool.
At the top of this round, the fog does begin to part. And as the last 2 shots that rang out against Abby, the Harpy Hag was definitely in clear view of everybody before it flew up higher up into the air and disappeared back into the fog as it's beginning to break up against the water. It's still obscured. It'll just be more difficult to hit it, but it is higher up, and it's farther away from all of you. All right, Morb, you're up.
All right. Okay, so I am going to go after Aunt Ethel. Aunt Ethel. The hag. Let's see.
You're no longer
Add-
attacking at advantage, but at disadvantage, but it is a -5 to your hit because of the fog.
Okay.
Because you saw higher up in the air. But you're up on the third deck. You're high enough. Yeah, you're still within range
Okay.
because you're higher up.
This is 18 plus 5, so 18 again.
That definitely hits.
So 1d12 plus 3. That is 8 damage.
Damage. Takes 8 damage. Nice, nice steady hit that strikes. And we will roll to see if the charm maintains. Even with advantage because of her skill, the charm drops. The song immediately ceases. Xena, Maddie, and Monroe, you are no longer charmed, but you are in the water, and you are at the back of the ship. So when it comes to your turn, you will have to make an athletics check to try and hold on to something, either the side of the ship, or if the netting is out on that side, which is only out on the left-hand side of the ship, which will be for Xena, I
Me and
believe.
Xena.
Yeah,
Me and
Xena.
Xena are on left.
Okay, you will be able to make
Maddie's
an.
on his own.
So the DC is a little easier for you to grab the net, Maddie. It will be harder for you on your side. So with that, Xena, Morbid, is that your turn?
Yeah, that's the end. I don't have
All
a
right.
bonus action.
All right, Xena. I need you to make me an athletics check to try and grab onto the net. It is a DC 10 for you with the net. Did we lose Xena?
She got a nat 20, but -2, 18.
18. She makes it. She manages to grab onto the net, and she is now holding on as the ship continues forward. She is no longer moving away from the ship. All right. With that, the last standing harpy that was attacking Maddie on that side, albeit still going after you.
Yeah, wait, can you repeat my Bluetooth died. So did she make the save?
Yes, Xena made the save.
Okay.
She had a nat 20. Sorry, did you say she got a nat 20?
Yeah, she got a nat 20, but it's a -2 for her athletics, so it's an 18.
Okay, yeah, she definitely grabs onto it, and she does not have disadvantage to climb up on the next turn.
Okay.
Okay. All right. The last harpy standing, albeit still going after you, you still have its attention. That
Oh my gosh,
is-
my whole system shut down. Sorry, I'm back.
That's okay. You managed to make your save. You are no longer charmed, Mom. You managed to grab onto the net. You are no longer drifting away from the ship.
Nice. Thank you.
Abby, that is a 17 to hit.
Makes it.
Makes it. All right. This is only one of them. So, oh, we lost somebody. That is 3 points of slashing damage.
Okay. I'm still up.
Still nice.
We lost Mom.
Yeah, her system's getting a little goofy. All right, that's the harpy. Smalls is immediately going to try and take a shot at the one that just attacked you. Abby's going to spin it around since he can't get a good clean shot on the hag that just flew up. He's going to fire. And, oh yeah, definitely hits with a 19. This thing bolts across. 3d10 is... Even on the first two rolls, he hits. Does enough damage. As he swings this thing around and he positions it ever so slightly, he screams out, as this bolt fires across as you just narrowly duck out of the way, and this thing flails across and spears it right in the chest, splitting it wide open as the javelin just immediately crushes through this thing, sending it flying, ass over tea kettle, feathers flying, and it flies off the edge of the ship into the water below. It is dead, gone. All right, Drew, you are up. Kyron, you're on deck.
Are there any more harpies for me to hit?
Oh yeah, there's still one. There's still one attacking. Well, technically there are two up in the air, and there's still one attacking Abby.
Okay, I'll go after the one attacking Abby.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Man, she's just having a rough time with that.
I won't, because that's a 9.
Unfortunately, at night it's not hit. Not your day right now.
No. You
And
chose
that's-
violence, and
I
it's
swing and
like
miss. Violence did
hurting
not
you.
use me.
And that's using your shillelagh?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Kyron, you are up. You attempting to climb up, I'm assuming?
That would be my assumption as well.
Okay, roll me your athletics check. It is no longer a disadvantage. 13. You do manage to clamber up over to the side, and you manage to get back up on deck, but that uses your entirety of your movement. But you are back up on the deck of the ship.
Yay.
Nice.
I'm not sure of the logistics of how a horse person manages to climb through a net in the water and gets over the side of the ship.
While flipping off
logistics.
But hey, we're gonna call it. We're gonna say magic. Okay.
We're gonna use Baldur's Gate logic of how the fucking owlbear climbs up a ladder.
The owlbear sitting.
Owlbears sitting are amazing in Baldur's Gate, by the way. You should try it.
Okay. As you get back over the edge, you hear this shriek from up in the sky. Just like, and all of a sudden, the two harpies that are up in the air immediately break away. Those up in the air, they are up in the air, so nobody gets an advantage attack against them, but they are immediately going to break away, and they are going to fly down to the edge of the ship, and Xena, they're going after you.
What?
You're exposed.
Oh. So, my whole thing is acting up. I'm sorry.
You're okay. We're gonna see what happens.
Okay, so they're coming after me. So I have an attack.
Nope.
No, they're just attacking you, Mama.
They're just attacking you. You
so
are
what do
you
I-
are netted. You are wrapped up in this net, attempting to hold on so that way you don't drift away from the ship. But they are attempting to attack you while you are netted up.
But I can't do anything. I just let them attack, or
Unless you have a reaction ability that allows you to defend yourself, and I don't think you do right now.
I can't use totem. I can't do a spirit totem and just obliterate them with my bear.
No, unfortunately, you can't turn into a bear just yet. I will tell you this much: if both of these hit you, they're going to pick you up, and they're going to fly. If they both manage to miss, I will give you a reaction to use your wild shape to turn into an animal to attempt to assist you climbing back up.
Okay, so what are my moves? What do I do?
You're just going to wait and see if they attack, and I'm going to roll. I'm going to roll on the app,
Okay.
and I'm going to roll 2d20, and we're going to see if these hit you. Now they get a plus. I believe it's a +3 to their attack. They do.
Shit. So what? Help me.
We're going to see what happens. Rolling.
Rolling.
That is a 14 plus 3 is a 17, and the other is a nat 20.
Okay, so what do I do?
Unfortunately, on a 17 that hits you, and on a nat 20 it also hits you.
Of course, they're high rolls. So
So we're going to roll the damage for the 17 first. That is 6 points of slashing damage.
So do I put that in my hit points?
You'll subtract 6 from your 17 because you have not taken any hit. You are at 11 points of damage right now.
Can I see her from where I'm at?
What's that?
Can I see her, or is she too far away?
What's the distance on your reaction?
I believe it's 30 feet.
She is within range of you if you're on the first deck.
Okay, cool. Then
we are
I will use that.
We're gonna roll
On
we're gonna roll the damage from the crit first.
Okay.
She's at 11 points of damage, so we're gonna see what happens.
All right.
That is full max. That is 8, and then we're gonna roll this. That is again 13 points of damage, doubled to 26.
I'm dead, right?
If you want to use your reaction to try and lessen that damage, Abby, you can.
Okay. So it is a D6 plus 2. So that's 8.
On 26 points of damage minus 8, that is still 14. That is 3 points above what health she had left.
Dang. Okay.
Xena, you are unconscious from a critical hit.
Okay.
The harpies are now going to pick you up and hoist you up into the air 10 feet.
Shit. But I'm unconscious. I can't say anything.
You are unconscious from a critical hit. Something else comes with that. We will deal with that later.
Yeah, holy shit.
Oh, true.
Maddie, you're up.
Yeah, since I'm now not charmed, I think I'm just gonna have to do an athletics check, right? So try and grab it on the side.
You are, and you do not have a net. So your DC on the right-hand side of the ship is a 15.
That's gonna be rough. Huh? I've got no option right now.
Why are you so foggy?
Yeah, you're really staticky, brother.
How about now?
Still pretty bad.
Well,
Yeah.
That's better.
Alright, I got
There
a
you go.
4.
On a 4, unfortunately, you do not find grasp on anything other than the wet planks of the ship and cold steel and metal as you drift off. You are now 30 feet behind the ship as it continues to chug forward.
You got it.
Monroe,
I have to be grasping for athletics.
you have to make
On
an
left
athletics.
side.
It's on the left side. You have the net. Your DC athletics is 10.
Okay. A nat 20 minus 2.
On a nat 20, you definitely find purpose. You grab the net, and you do not have disadvantage to climb up on the next round.
Awesome.
Rome, you're up.
All right.
There's one more still alive attacking Abi, and then the other two have proceeded behind the ship that are now hauling off the unconscious body of Xena.
Man, these are terrible options. Because I think I have to throw this net over to Maddie because he's a good storyteller.
Maddie is unfortunately 30 feet away.
So he's beyond the range of the net.
Unfortunately, yes.
And is Xena above the ship?
She is 10 feet above the ship right now. If you were to... I would allow you some shenanigans in this moment to try and grab Xena, but you would be going over the edge of the ship. You were only trying to get her away from the harpies. You would be going into the water to try to get her. Unless you can think of something more creative than I in this moment.
Well, I am next to a net. How big of a net are we talking? Is this like something I could just like casually fling in the directions of the harpies and hope they get caught up in it?
It's about 10 by 10. It would be enough to definitely grasp one very, very easily. If you want to try and grab both of them, yeah, I think it would be able to wrap up both.
Okay, let's go ahead and try that. Ultimately, I'm going to be trying to grab Xena, but if they get caught up in it, then that's perfectly fine. I just need her not to fly away.
Okay. You're going to roll me an attack, but you're rolling at a disadvantage because you're trying to hit both.
All right. So
now, it's not a disadvantage in the sense that you will miss if you get low on both. It's seeing if you could hit both of them, basically.
Okay. So at disadvantage, we will go.
So more like
All right, well-
multi-target versus multi-failure.
I got some other things that I'm calculating in my head, but you're rolling at disadvantage, essentially.
So at disadvantage, I got a 6, but I rolled a 6 and a 17.
6 and a 17. The average between those two is enough to hit the AC for both. The AC on these harpies is only 11. So I will say this. You managed to net them both up, and they immediately splash down into the water, but they're taking Xena with them. You have nothing that is latched on or collapsed onto this net. So they are just splashing into the water and now out in the open water.
Maddie's got it. It's fine. All right. Good luck, Xena.
Yeah,
So
right.
Xena's unconscious, my dude. What?
I asked particularly if she was above the boat. This was.
I know what what I asked, is what you're basically saying.
I know what I was asked. The DM just took liberties, so. But that is the DM's right.
It is.
I mean,
Alright.
you just said you wanted to net up the harpies. I didn't say that they were over anything. I said they were outside the boat. So
That's fine. I netted up the harpies and Xena.
is that your move? That's your movement, your action. Do you have any bonuses you want to do?
I do not.
Is pulling
do
it
not.
back a bonus action?
Unfortunately, it wasn't tied to anything. It's just a free net.
That's fair. Matt.
Oh my
Maddie's got
God.
it. It's
Because he moved it from one side of the ship to the other. So I'm going to say that he broke the
Aw.
line that it was connected to.
That's fair.
I got
Alright.
you, Drum. Don't worry.
I believe it. Maddie's got this. Alright. That's the end of my turn.
All right. With that, the harpy that is still on deck, still attacking, is going to attempt to break away after another screech from the harpy hag up in the sky. Obby and was anybody else attacking that one? I know it was just Obby, and I think that was it. Yeah, Obby, you get an attack of opportunity.
Yay! Okay, so with my whip blade, I rolled a 17 plus 5.
Nice, definitely hits.
Thank you so much. That is a 3 plus 3, so 6.
Definitely puts it down to the threshold. It is no longer able to fly away. You do enough damage to drop it to the ship, and it is just crawling now against the deck of the ship.
For flavor, when I grab it, can I grab it by the neck and like pull it down with my whip blade? And then go, you're not going anywhere.
For flavor, I'm going to let you say how you kill this thing, in fact.
Yay, cool. Okay, so I'm gonna bring it down to the deck, say that, and then walk towards it. Put my foot on its back and grab it by its hair and pull it back, and then just slice it.
Beautiful. It is no more. I say that because you hear a screech from the fog above as it begins lifting a little bit more, and you notice the harpy hag drifts back into the fog, and all of a sudden you notice 2 more bolts start firing in the distance of where Maddie was drifting off into the water. And then more. And then more. And then more. As the other two harpies are flailing under this net. And the body of Xena is nowhere to be seen under the waves.
Can I fly in that direction? I don't have any other actions to do, but I'm gonna do that towards Maddie.
Can certainly try.
Okay.
30 feet.
Yeah.
You're able to get to the back of the ship just as it begins to continue to chug forward. And with that, that is actually where we're going to end tonight.
What? Xena is under the water?
We're at 11 o'clock.
Oh shit. Oh, sorry.
So we are going to resolve this after the first of the year.
Next year.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Next year.
Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Maddie.
We'll see what happens. I had a plan, but we'll see if I remember it next time we come in.
Make a note of it because make a note of it because we're gonna have to resolve a few things before we come into the next session.
Man, my hand hurts. There was so much I had to write.
Yeah.
So this is the first time you guys seen me use my gun.
That was sick.
That was sick.
That was pretty nice.
Got a fucking
Also,
dead-on
technically,
shot on that
that's the first
hag. Double 18 was nice.
Is it a +1 war boner?
This is also technically your guys' first time seeing me actually fly.
Mm-hmm.
This is the second time we've seen you fly because you went after
It's
the rat.
called a flint.
Oh, it's true.
It's called
Oh,
the
that's
Flint
true.
of Chaos. I haven't used all the features on it yet.
No, you didn't get a chance to.
Mm-mm.
All right.
Form extorted.
That got a little interesting.
You're telling me.
It's spicy.
And before I actually close the notes on this, I am going to ask one last question. Xena,
Yeah,
Yeah.
where was Lucky?
he was on the. I'm sorry. I'm gone. I'm gone. It just. I'm sorry. This is just my new year.
You're not gone, Mom.
Not gone.
I feel like Lucky was with you.
You are
No,
far from gone.
Lucky was on deck. He was by the bonfire.
I'm
Well,
gonna say
he's
that.
he's the familiar, so he was probably in that safe space.
He wasn't. I wasn't holding him. He was by the campfire with the captain and everyone when we were sitting there drinking. And the whole time he was at the bonfire trying to get warm. But Lucky is safe. He's
Good.
Yeah, he kind of hid because he heard all the stuff coming. So he hid under one of the the side chairs. He's hidden underneath while all this is happening and he's whimpering, but he's safe. He's safe underneath the bench. The bench, that's the word I was thinking of.
Good.
And he's watching all this stuff happening and he just doesn't know what to do, so he's kind of puppy struck. What do I do?
That's okay. As long as you just wanted to clarify where he was, just in case the question popped up later.
Yes, but he is safe and he is hidden
Good.
underneath the bench. He didn't
You're
know
not
what to do.
gone. You're missing. You're a lost child, Mom. You're not gone.
You're perfectly fine. Maddie's got you. I have full faith of this.
There's somebody else out in the water.
I have so many notes right. I thought it was gonna be my turn. I was so excited. That's cool.
I'm sorry.
And it just had to end at a cliffhanger.
It's all good. It's all good. I'm
2024
good.
is Year of
I'm
the
good.
Dragon. Let's go.
I was
baby.
gonna say, I don't think we can continue right now because everybody's gonna go a little way. We're already an hour over time, so
I
it's like,
know.
I know.
this is where we're gonna
That's
end on a sweat here and just let everybody think about it for a while.
Yeah.
What a
Well, we
great way
plan
to
our
start
next
a
year.
new year. Chaos and calamity.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I will tell all of you this. I will tell all of you this because it is technically a victory. All of you that are not already are now level 3.
Oh,
Hey.
Go.
And our Lucky is safe. Just know our lucky
Lucky's
puppy
good.
is safe. He's
Lucky
lucky.
is safe.
Dude.
He's always
Dude.
lucky.
Mid battle, everyone goes level 3. There's gonna be so many powers. I'm super excited.
Just the whole river is gonna explode in like
Just
lightning or something.
I will say this: at level 3, you can all need to keep your health power where it's at. But if you do leveling up to level 3, if there is something that you can do using something new that you get from your subclass in this situation that might help, I am open for it. I'm up to it.
Nice.
Let's go.
Use it.
I feel like
Do
you're
it.
gonna have to dynamically change my subclass now. Thought I had it all planned out.
You must change it.
I would suggest that you talk among your teammates and see if they have anything else that they might want to do. I'll leave it open because I want to see some kind of tactical solution to all of this in a couple of weeks when we all come back.
Oh, me too. I want to see a tactical solution.
We've got you.
I'm
Don't
telling
worry
you,
about
this
it.
is
It's
great.
good.
Yeah, we got you.
I leveled up during
I'm
that fight with
scared.
Smalls, so I have all of the things that I have.
Oh, nice. Okay, he said that all of you that aren't level 3 is like, who's level 3?
Yep.
Yeah, it's me.
That's rude.
The hidden gem. That's rude.
Little bit of an awakening there. It was fun.
Yeah.
That
Poppy's
was
been taking
crazy
damage like
good.
crazy.
Yeah, I loved it, but it's like I'm gone. What do I do? What do I do?
Oh, Xena, I got you so hard. Don't even
Yeah.
worry about it.
Yeah, I have full faith in Maddie when I threw the net. So
Right? Drum didn't care. He's like, yeah, net, water, Maddie, go.
it was more like net. Maddie's got this. All right, what am I doing again?
Okay.
It's gonna be an awkward conversation if it doesn't work.
Oh yeah, that I'm blaming you
Marshall.
Hey, Maddie,
entirely.
did you use the net? What net?
I'm just gonna be like, Maddie, did you not get the telepathic plan I sent you?
Oh my gosh,
Oh, God.
that is totally how I'm using my next action.
Oh, God.
Nice.
Okay.
What is the range on
There's something-
Bobble? Isn't it like 500 foot?
Yeah, it's really
Is it
big.
really? Oh, wow.
I
Oh
think I
my
have-
lord.
What is the range on what?
The Bobble.
I think so.
Bobble.
I think the range
Bobble's
on
like-
the message.
Yeah, the range on the bobble's 500 feet. It gets a distance.
Yeah, I got
Sorry,
this.
bro. Don't forget, there's a net. Good luck.
An ominous message to the void.
Like, I know you're out there somewhere, bro.
Oh,
Got
but Marshall.
this. I tried to tell Xena, but she's unconscious.
I hit my unconscious, but I can hear you. I can still hear even though I'm unconscious.
And my God, what great storytelling! Because Dina, you gave that whole story of like, yeah, you know, we found the body in the water, but we all got saved. I'm like, what the frick? Now we're in the water.
No, it's the water again. Big fish that got away but saved us.